Damn. Pretty tight. Ready. All right, have a seat and. Right. Hello.
Yes. Good morning, Mr. Jordan.
Good morning. How you doing?
I'm good, thank you. My name is Parole Officer Logan. Today is Friday, December 27th, 2024, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Mike Cole.
Good morning, Deborah Smith-Palmieri.
And I'm Ellen Zappo Sasso.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Bryan Jordan, number 218810.
I also want to mention that we have Office of Victim Service Advocate Hamlet Williams connected via speakerphone. This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Bryan Jordan 218810. He is serving a sentence of 25 years followed by 10 years special parole for manslaughter first and carrying a pistol without a permit. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of May 7, 2025. There is victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed voices, tier 2, anger management, and he's in the following ongoing programs: SCRIP, AA, aftercare. He's also completed Alternatives to Violence Basic, People Empowering People, and he works in the laundry. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within a moderate range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Jordan, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
All right. I wrote something, so I'm going to read it. Good morning. Today I sit before you a man that has rightly endured and served nearly 2 decades of incarceration for taking the life of Curtis Tigers Hannons. Tiger, as everyone has known Curtis by, was a father, son, brother, and aspiring hip-hop artist, and someone that I've known for the majority of my life. Tiger was not an enemy of mine. I never intended for him to lose his life on September 19, 2005. I have literally relived that day every day since. I believe it's fair to say that if I never had a gun and simply just ended that argument and walked away, Tiger may have been with us today. The truth is, my inactions allowed that situation to escalate. And that way, as I told P.O. Logan, my intentions do not matter. I spent much time thinking and searching for the right words to say to Tiger's loved one for the substantial loss that I have left in their lives. Reconciling myself today with who I was then becomes harder and harder each year that passes. Long ago, I realized that there would never be any magic words that I could say to fix this situation. Regardless of the circumstances, I know I am fully responsible for taking Tiger's life. The gravity of that statement and its devastating effects had never been lost on me. And I know that no true healing can begin without my accepting the responsibility and showing sincere remorse to Tiger's loved ones and to our community and to my family. That said, I must say to Tiger's loved ones and our community that I am sorry, and I forever will be deeply sorry. Throughout my incarceration, I have learned to use writing as a medium to confront myself and unpack the traumas that I have neglected for much of my life. However, retracing all of the emotion that this letter demands has been the most difficult thing I've ever written. This particular version of this letter began years ago, the last time I appeared in court in New Haven. During that hearing, Tiger's sister Robin spoke on behalf of her family. I can vividly recall her questioning my rehabilitation and accountability. These, of course, are legitimate questions to be raised, especially by her. Her comments have stayed with me since that hearing. The truth is, long before that hearing, I sat in many cells trying to retrace the wrongs of my life that developed the person I am or could be. That long and painful process required me to finally accept the person I am and to be forever accountable for my actions. Looking back, I think that process helped to save my life. Ultimately and respectfully, what I hope my actions, more so than just my words, demonstrate to Robin, to my community, and ultimately to this board, is that I am not the person I was 20 years ago. Moreover, I hope that the choices and actions I made during my incarceration help to show that I have accepted responsibility for my actions through seeking and taking as many programs as I reasonably could. And lastly, above all else, I pray that it is through my actions and choices that I answer the present question of why I am deserving of parole today. Unfortunately, due to the length of my sentence, which originally was 45 years, the majority of my incarceration, I was ineligible to participate in most rehabilitative programs offered in the DOC. However, nearly 10 years ago, an exception to that rule would arrive at McDougall in the name of Second Chance Education Alliance. Second Chance arrived at McDougall specifically seeking people like me, those serving long-term sentences and eligible for higher education programs. Second Chance founder and director Dr. Corbett believed that providing long-term offenders access to higher education, they could find the necessary value to their lives and leads to substantial and sustainable transformation to their lives. Her mission was enormous. The stakes and expectations for her and her students were high. The obstacles for us all were many. However, I jumped at the opportunity to be in such a room. And after a highly competitive process, I was selected to be included in the first cohort of Second Chance Education Alliance. Second Chance has been a life-altering experience for me that I will never forget. The cohort consisted of individuals serving on average of 25 years or longer. We had all been pretty much stagnant in our incarceration for a decade or longer. Many of us, myself included, were functioning illiterates. Dr. Corbett was and is a no-nonsense Black female educator who wholeheartedly believed in the transformative power of higher education. Her classrooms became places where I was continuously confronted with the sincerity of my remorse, the integrity of my values, my self-development, my commitment not only to myself, but to repairing what I hoped to break in my community. She told me that this was sincere remorse. Years later, many of us will go on to be chosen for the first cohort of Yale University's degree program, YPEI. The enrollment process for Yale was extremely competitive. Over 700 of us applied for 12 available spots. I am proud to be part of Yale's inaugural class. There, I was confronted head-on with the power of learning. I came to prison a person with an 8th grade education and no real employable skills. By most metrics, I was a borderline illiterate. I was a child of addiction who learned to survive by accepting a life void of any true sense of hope, purpose, or expectations. This is who I was in 2005. My acceptance into Second Chance in Yale helped to cure those realities. I learned to not only read and write, but also the immeasurable power they inherently possess. I developed an immense love and respect for life. Though today I am an accomplished writer, blogger, and president of a nonprofit, I still experience an undeniable, unforgivable awakening to what my decision to carry a gun cost a person, a family, and a community. Over time, I fell deeply in love with higher education. Time and time again, I witnessed the worlds and culture of academia clash with the culture of prison. Though the tension between the two never eases, there's always a harmony of learning that tends to soften the hearts of most students. We proudly became a beacon of light inside of a place of darkness. We started holding reading and writing clinics inside for those in the units who could not read and write. We orchestrated charitable and book drives. We became mentors and advocates by speaking to lawmakers that came to see us. Most importantly, we became some of the loudest voices against the false cultural narratives in our community that carrying a gun somehow gives you credibility amongst your peers. It does not. What it is a recipe for death in the hands of those most ill-equipped to handle those decisions or consequences that come with such a responsibility. My studies have always brought me to the teachings of restorative justice. Over time, I've watched those teachings reach inner cities and courtrooms throughout the country. At the same time, some of my closest friends and classmates began discussing our roles and speaking out against violence in our communities, particularly gun violence. Ultimately, those conversations sparked pledges to each other to always try to resolve our conflicts through nonviolent resolutions. At times, these commitments were shared only amongst a few people in a single facility to several people spread out through several facilities. Eventually, those approaches and commitments became the foundation for forming the nonprofit Guided by Purpose Reentry Initiative. Guided by Purpose was founded by myself and two of my closest friends while incarcerated in McDougal. It is a social justice group that aims to highlight and offer solutions to the issues that fuel mass incarceration by using our lived experience, specifically gun violence. We are a collective of currently and formerly incarcerated people that are advocating for more accessible programs, job training, and education for people while incarcerated and after. Also, our staff attempts to intervene and mediate potential street conflicts and retaliation before situations reaches the levels of violence. Collectively, our co-founders have 70+ years of lived experience. We have found that that amount of lived experience provides us with a sense of credibility and closeness to issues that it helps us to speak to the dangers of carrying guns, violence, prison time, specifically to juveniles. We have launched our programs and services and mentorship in the city of Hartford and New Haven. Specifically, as I have submitted, our Vice President Jeffrey Perry is offering our conflict resolution and anti-gun violence program at Alfred Blue Middle School in Hartford, Project Safe Neighborhood in New Haven, and other organizations like SCRIP around the Hartford area. I am very proud of the work we are doing in the community for many reasons. Most important is to help me to repay back what I took from my community by spending the rest of my life attempting to save at least one person from believing that there's a need to carry a firearm and using that firearm to resolve a dispute. I take good pride in my responsibility in writing our program syllabus and thinking about the words that I wish I've heard when I was young and searching for my purpose. This work, of course, is led by example, meaning that throughout my nearly 20 years I've spent in level 4 prisons, I've effectively mediated any potential conflict that came my way in a nonviolent way. In fact, throughout my entire incarceration, I have not engaged in a single act of violence. I have always found a way to avoid repeating the thought process of behavior and choice that ultimately led to the events of September 19th. I hope that speaks to my commitment to change. I hope that speaks to my degree of regret, and I hope that speaks to my sincerity of my remorse. It is important to say that the program that I have taken over the years has helped me a lot. They have not only helped me with my conduct within the DOC, but also when I was released after posting an appellate bond when my case was overturned in 2018 after a habeas court heard from 6 additional witnesses. The tools I learned within these groups helped me not only return to old behaviors and acquaintances and risky places, which I know are the path to reoffending. Specifically, I addressed my decision-making and anger management issues through taking AVP and anger management and the SCRIPT program. Those programs allow me to see what my triggers are and how to recognize and control them in healthy ways. Those practices helped me to work 2 full-time jobs at UPS and Honor Platoon Logistics, find stable housing, and start my reintegration back into my family and society. I became extremely dependable and hard worker at both jobs, so much so that I was only months away from becoming a supervisor at UPS when I was ordered to turn myself in. My former supervisor, Moshe West, has written a letter stating his willingness to help me regain my job at the company upon my release. Moreover, programs like Voices, Life Groups, AA, Aftercare each taught me how much my actions have impacted people, families, and my community. Hearing victims of crimes recall the many traumas of being victimized hits hard, but really listening to the effects of what is left behind after a family loses a loved one to violence was one of the most difficult experiences I had in my life. It hurts to know and accept how my decisions to carry a gun have altered many family structures, including my own. I know that there was no legitimate reason for me to have a gun that day. My experience in such groups is that there's always a loud silence after someone gives their accounts of becoming someone's victim. I don't know why this is. For me, my silence was the product of the shame I continue to feel, a shame I suspect will remain with me for the rest of my life, a shame that from not only taking a mere second to just breathe in the argument and walk away, I was wrong then and I will forever regret that, period. In this way, those silent moments have become some of the loudest sounds I've heard by far. In much the same way, these groups revealed a common thread that is shared between everyone in these rooms, which is the real and present danger of ignoring the traumas we have all collectively suffered. Currently, I am in the SCRIPT program, and at its core, they teach that the need for acknowledging and addressing my trauma. To this end, I have arranged for therapy to continue with the SCRIPT program weekly upon my release. I can't understate how much of an impact these groups have had on me. Many phases of them, particularly the testimonials, has caused me to develop a version of them for our own program at Guided by Purpose. Speaking to a more personal benefit to taking these groups, I was able to rebuild a more healthy relationship with my mother as she is in a losing battle with her health. Though my incarceration have forced me to endure the loss of my father, my grandmother, and my daughter, today I'm trying to be the best son that I can be to her and for my mother, for how long we have together, no matter where I am. Preparing for today, my baby sister, Jamisha, reminded me of the significance of this date, December 27th. Today, 3 years ago, I was having breakfast at my sister's house, preparing to turn myself in to possibly spend the rest of my life in prison. There was no words to describe what I felt as we fussed over the last donut. I was numb. I was crushed. I am often haunted by the looks of my family faces as we walked into the courtroom hallway for what may have been my last time we saw each other. We spent most of those moments quietly embracing and reassuring each other that everything was going to be okay, but it wasn't. I tried to remain as strong as I possibly could, but I was as weak as you would expect a man walking to spend the rest of his life in prison to be. Yet I showed up. People often ask me, why did I show up that day? My answer is always the same. It was the right thing to do. It wasn't the easiest thing to do, but it was the right thing to do for what it's worth. I had to remain accountable. And this day, 3 years ago, like today, that belief was tested. Today, like I did then, I'm hoping that speaks to who I am today. In closing, I want to say something about my reentry plan. I spoke at some length about my intentions of growing Guided by Purpose. This is a big part of what I want to do with the rest of my life. My business partner, Jeffrey Perry, reminds me daily that he has taken our concept as far as he could take it without help. So I look forward to the struggles and rewards that come with growing the nonprofit to one that can help as many people as possible. As in terms of employment, I hope to continue to build on the work that I was doing when I was home. I was able to obtain my driver's license, and I plan on obtaining my CDL, which I have started the process here. However, without an actual release date, I'm ineligible to take the permit test. Also, with the help of my old supervisor, Mr. West, I have a great opportunity to get my job back at UPS in the Hartford area. As for education, I do have a grant to finish my degree at the University of New Haven. I believe I'm about 18 credits shy of receiving that. So ultimately, I want to have my degree in criminal justice with a focus on restorative justice. And I have a fellowship opportunity with Dwight Hall through Yale University. And lastly, I hope to continue my advocacy work that I was doing with Second Chance Education Alliance, where I was able to have some paid and unpaid presentations on the effects of higher education in prison. And lastly, and maybe most importantly, I have applied for sober living and transitional housing with the Tomcats Place in the Hartford area. I was offered a bed there on September 3rd, 2024, which I have provided to the board. Residing at Tom's allowed me to have a fresh and clean, sober spot, a living environment which is supportive of my transition that I hope to begin today. And lastly, I just again want to say, just express my sorrow to the family. Nothing I say today in this hearing is any way to diminish what they feel or my role in it. And thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan.
You're welcome.
So that was a very good statement.
Thank you.
You covered a great amount of information that we normally ask questions about. So I just want to let you know what the process here is going to look like, right? So we've read your case. We've read the many accomplishments that have happened during your incarceration. We've looked at and listened to your release plan. We're going to ask questions about that to arrive at your suitability for parole. We're also going to hear from the Office of Victim Services and one of the victims. And during that process, you're not allowed to speak. And then when that's over, we're going to talk about your case, and we're going to give you a decision. Okay.
All right.
And we're going to first, we're going to start questions with Board Member Smith Palmieri.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Cole. So, Mr. Jordan, I have to say you did an excellent job on your opening statement. I felt that you really spoke from your heart and gave us a deep inside look at the man you are today as compared to the 29-year-old that committed this offense. You're 48 years old now, almost twice the number of years since then, almost, not quite. Typically we want to know what's different. I think you provided a lot, how you're thinking differently. In order to determine suitability for early release, we need to assess what we call offender change. How are you thinking differently? How do you process information? And I felt like your opening statement gave, at least for myself, a really big perspective on what you took away from all the programs. I think it's very impressive, your continued education throughout your incarceration. I think education, as you have come to learn, is key in successful rehabilitation. And the other large component is taking responsibility, accepting what has occurred and taking ownership of it and the effects that it has on the victims. So just to kind of talk about the offense, because we do need to talk about it to a small degree. We're not going to you've been through a lot with this case already. Saw that you were out on appeal bond, which we do not see very often, and you were incredibly productive while you were in the community. I think that speaks to that piece, that rehabilitative piece that we hope to see for somebody that's been incarcerated the amount of time you have and your age at this point. So you're taking responsibility today, but you did take this case to trial.
Yes.
And You, at the time, from what I could read, you were the one that did not fire the shot that took this man's life. And you see that differently now?
Well, and thank you for your words, because in jail you don't, or being incarcerated, you don't really hear a lot about what you've done. So I appreciate somebody just acknowledging that, regardless of what happened. It means something to me. When I went to trial, the controlling question at my trial was who fired the I don't want to be insensitive, but the fatal shot at Tiger. There was no bullet ever collected. There was no guns ever connected. And all of the witnesses agree that I didn't fire the initial shot. I fired a returning shot. So I've always said that initially, that somebody shot at me and I shot back. Well, my contention was I didn't know if that was the bullet that I fired or not. Tiger was struck in the back of his head. Me and Tiger was face to face, as you probably have reading my case. And that's what kind of my attorneys at the time, that was the central issue of my case. It wasn't about if I had a gun. I already said I had a gun. I admitted to firing. Our issue was what bullet. It was a lot of shots fired. There was several people with firearms. I didn't see who else had a firearm or who shot first. I wasn't able to testify to that. Even today, you heard them and I responded. So that was the issue at my trial. Was the principal issue before the jury. And they came back not guilty on the murder, but guilty of the manslaughter with the firearm, which I ultimately admitted to initially anyway.
Okay. Right. And, I heard you say a number of times, had you not had that firearm, had you not been one of those individuals who felt that you needed to carry a firearm. And I also heard you talk about, getting that message out in the community. And that message is, you hope to do that through your nonprofit? Yeah,
so I spoke to Ms. Logan, and it goes to your previous question. I never had an intent. I know Tiger is somebody I know. Like, our families know each other, our sisters know each other, our mothers know each other. The projects is a community within the community. So, so everybody knew each other. So this incident has had ripple effects, you know what I mean? So I knew that regardless of what happened that day, regardless of what my intentions was, what his intentions was, I knew that if I just didn't have the gun, I just walked away. If I would have been able to just walk away from the argument, regardless of what would have happened, and I replayed it over and over, I think Tiger would have been here today. That's my message now. When we filed the nonprofit and some of the work we're doing in the middle schools, and I'm trying to do it here, I meet with groups here, as I try to give people the skills that I just didn't have. You feel like you're taking a loss. Everybody feel like, if you walk away, it's such a loss on who you are as a person that you stay in situations that are deadly. And it ain't always your decision. It just escalates to the point where your decision making is diminished rapidly, and you make a choice that you can never take back. So we find, just through our experience, the earlier that you teach troubled youth specifically that decision making process, and when do you lose control of it, the more likely they are to use it later. So right now we're fortunate to be in the middle school. We're fortunate to work with Project Safe Neighborhood and through the SCRIPT program, because some of it is also retaliation. When you come out, old issues come. So dealing with people on both ends is something that I'm extremely passionate about, and hope to do for the rest of my life.
Well, I think we would agree with you. We need these programs in the communities. We need them in the juvenile detention centers. Right? Yes. Those are the individuals that have had opportunities to be in the community and still don't see the benefit of living a nonviolent life, to not feeling like they need to carry a firearm. You mentioned earlier in your statement that it took you a number of years before you could get into any kind of programming or educational programming. I thought you referenced about 10 years before you really were able to participate in some type of programming.
Yeah, it was a while when as you know, when I was originally sentenced, I was sentenced to 45 years. And when I came to, it's a little different now, but when I was incarcerated back then, almost 20 years ago, you weren't eligible for programs with that sentence. They typically would let you take a program maybe like under 5 years, sometimes 2. So if you had a bid like I did, you could get a job, you could sweep a floor or something like that, but they would just put you on the list, but you would get called. So that changed when the education aspect came to McDougal with Dr. Corbett, and she came specifically looking for that demographic of people, and I was just fortunate enough to get in there. So that was kind of my first experience because it was more than education. She did confront you on your decision making and teach you skills and how to be employable, how to talk to employers, how to do a resume. So it was more than just an educational program. It was it was a whole wraparound program, and it really changed my life.
Sure,
Really
those
did.
life skills, right?
Yes,
Those very
really.
basic life skills. So
Yes.
I'm interested to know, leading up to that period of time where you were applied to be in that program and were accepted, how are you occupying your time? I do notice that you have very few disciplinary reports too, for this period of your incarceration throughout. You have quite a few because this was not your first term of incarceration.
No.
Yeah. So when you first came in, how did you occupy yourself? What did you do that allowed you to stay out of the fray?
Well, a lot of it I spent just trying to read better. Honestly, I really couldn't read and write very well when I came in, and I really didn't understand the process of how do you even change that situation. 45 years sentence is a lot to accept. At my age, it meant that I wasn't coming home. So I didn't know the process of how do you change that reality, but I was able to get older prisoners that have been in for a long time. And one of the things I realized is that I had to learn how to read and write. And I spent a lot of that time with older people that was patient, that has kind of taught me basic skills, like basically critical thinking skills, how to read, how to analyze something, and it helped me be prepared for when the opportunity finally did come, that I was able to demonstrate enough to even get in there. But I spent a lot of time reading my case, going over my case, kind of reflecting on myself, seeing situations that I didn't want to be in, cutting off old friends, just staying out of the way, and so it just became like a habit, it just became a lifestyle where I just kind of cut off a lot of old behaviors. And I noticed when I did that, it wasn't even like staying out of trouble, it just was just regular. I just didn't really get in much trouble.
Yeah, it's unusual, and as you said yourself, at your age, coming in with a 45-year sentence, basically you think you're in jail now for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
This is what your life will be, and we don't often see that immediate transformation into becoming a person that accepts where they are and wants to improve themselves.
Yeah. Well, for me, I mean, I think the intentionality had a big part to do with it in my relationship with Tyke. Like it's not nothing that I wanted to happen. So it was an immediate shock right out of the gate. Like how did this even get to that? So, so it blew my life up. Like, so it was undeniable that something had to give. Like it was undeniable for me. So I think that was a big part of it. It's just the event and the closeness to it. And it ain't nothing that I wanted to happen. Some dudes are sitting here, they kind of okay with what happened. It never sat with me like that. So I knew that it started with me. So, the only thing I could control now is what I do going forward. So I took that seriously.
Apparently you did, and I congratulate you on that. So that in itself is an accomplishment. I'm interested, so you've taken a lot of programs and you detailed a lot of what came through in the programs. And you talked about learning your triggers and addressing your trauma. So at everyday life at the facility, can you give me an example of when you've really kind of used those de-escalation skills, those communication skills, because you'll need to be, accessing all that when you're at, a time when you're back in the community.
So I give you two. I give you a more heightened sense. I was a I was a referee at McDougal for many years in the mirror varsity basketball, and those are some of the most heightened competitive situations where you got a bunch of prisoners competing just to be the best in the jail. And you get called all in everything you can imagine, and then it's all for nothing. So I learned a lot through the training. They had a WNBA ref that used to come in and train us, and he used to give us skills, how to ignore certain people, how to talk, how to walk away and come back later. And it seems silly in the moment. It seemed because it's just basketball, but you see, when I got out, and I typically had these was like my first jobs. And one of my first jobs was at UPS, and their time is time sensitive. This stuff has to get out on the time, and your supervisors let you know constantly when you're behind, and it's very confrontational. I wasn't used to that, but I was able to take a lot of those skills to hold those jobs, to realize that this man has a job that he's doing, how to be respectful, how to respond, how to accept responsibility when I was too slow or I was late, how to properly present myself, be on time, be prepared, dress properly, mind the clock. So some of those skills I did learn in prison. I didn't learn them when I was home before that. So a lot of them, I had them. I didn't realize I had them until I needed them, and I was able to use them and hold two jobs. So it worked for me in prison, but it also worked for me when I was out in the community as well.
And again, we often don't see individuals who have that opportunity to be back out in the community after having served so many years as you did. So how did you get that job at UPS?
I applied there. There's a place in I don't know if anybody's familiar with New Haven, but there's a place in New Haven called Regional Workforce. And it's ran by a gentleman named Mr. Freeman Holloway.
Oh, Mr. Holloway. He does a lot in the community. Been there forever.
Forever. And I know Mr. Holloway since I was they closed them all now, but they had a lot of community centers when I grew up. We used to play pool, but he was big then. He ran all the centers, but he knew me since I was a kid. And my case was in the newspaper a lot when people were fundraising to help me post my bond. And when I got out, Mr. Holloway helped me out a lot. He contacted me. He came to my house. He showed me how to apply for food stamps and medical, helped me see what type of skills I had, and helped me get into UPS.
Did you have to explain to the people at UPS what your situation was?
I think because of who Mr. Holloway is, I think you kind of know what you're getting when you get a phone call from him. I did, the gentleman that did write, Mr. West, we did have an extended conversation because I just wanted to be transparent. It wasn't nothing that he asked me, but I asked to speak to him. And I just kind of told him my background, what I had going on. I still had an ongoing case, but my commitment was to the company, and we spoke for about a half hour just about what I went through, and we developed quite a friendship. So I did do that, but it was nothing that they asked me, but I did bring it up just to be transparent.
You have a number of letters of support, people that are, should you get released early after today's hearing, that have offered services, support, housing, like you said, employment. You have secured a location to live in a sober house. Why have you selected a sober house as your sponsors?
Well, coming back, I lost everything again. So I kind of thought I started the journey. I had to accept my role out there. You know, you're on the bottom of the workforce at my age, which was quite difficult. I did a lot of jobs that younger people do, but you know, I accepted that. And I lost those. So I lost my house and I lost that. My family situation isn't the same as it was when I was home. So those places are not an option. I think I was better off as sober living because I haven't used drugs since 2005, but just being in a clean environment and in a place that was close to the script program and to where I had the employment opportunities or at affordable place, it's a place that I can afford was best for me. And it was structured. You know, they had a curfew. She had a relationship with working with parole. So it wasn't, you know, you're just left to your own devices, but you do have a limited source of freedom where you can come and go. And I thought that I can manage that best. And I don't want to be in the New Haven area at all. It's just something else that I found when I was home. I was living in Stratford, and I think that was a big part of the things I was able to accomplish. And I really was only in New Haven to attend school. I did, you know, as you know, I was in Yale and I transferred to the University of New Haven. So if I wasn't in school, I really had no business just roaming around the city of New Haven. So I think that model works best for me, and that's what I could want to continue to do. So the sober living was affordable and it helped me achieve those other goals that I wanted.
And I read through your sentencing modification that reduced your sentence from 45 years to 25 years. You mentioned the victim's sister who spoke.
Yes, Robin.
Sentencing modification. Since that time, what else have you accomplished? Because the judge, it's interesting, we look at so many things that the courts look at in terms of assessing somebody's rehabilitation, their efforts at change. What else have you done since that modification was granted?
So when I came back in, I enrolled back in school. So I continued working on my degree until I was transferred here. My level dropped when one of my time was cut. So I became a lower level. So I was transferred to Brooklyn. So that ended. I would have graduated by now. I would have graduated with the first class. So that left me short, I don't know, maybe 12, 18, somewhere around there credits. So, but I did work on, continue to work on my degree. I started the nonprofit since I've been here. I'm enrolled in the CDL class, so I'm working with that. Hopefully I leave here with my permit. And I've taken, you know, numerous groups, the script program, anger management, voices, PEP. All of those groups that you mentioned have been since I've been back. I stayed employed. I haven't caught any tickets or anything like that. I've did some mentorship since I've been back, and I've been working to try to get my partner here to try to offer the DOCR program here. It hasn't been successful. He hasn't been long enough. I don't think we got the credibility yet, but it's worth trying to start those relationships now, though.
Yeah, definitely start them with the younger population.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Jordan, I do not have any other questions for you. I appreciate your answers and again, your opening statement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Sasso.
Yes, I only have one question for you because you did cover a lot of the material already. In reference to your nonprofit, for those of us who have been involved in nonprofits, they're hard enough to handle on a daily basis, and you're handling one from within the walls of the institution. How do you find funding? How do you maintain involvement with that? Because that really shows some level of persistence, I see.
Well, one is the issue. That's mainly that I do care. Like I had a hard life, and I don't like to disparage my mom and the people that was tasked with raising me, but a lot of people dropped the ball in my life. So I was pretty much raised in the same places that your colleagues just spoke about, these juvenile centers and detentions. And when I was going to them in the 80s, they were horrible places. They were horrible, and we know a lot of them have been closed now because we realized what was happening there. But I was one of those kids. So the issues to me is what drives the nonprofit, because we care about those issues. The second thing is the people. We are all products of this system. And one thing we realized a long time ago was that because of relationship with policing in the community, the way you look at the court system, the way you look at the correctional system, kids don't receive well the messages that we have from those sources. So the people also do that. We have a credibility that other places don't have. So that also helps us too. And for me, it's a passion. You know, I like to write and things like that, and I think I do have something to offer. So when I'm writing the programs, it's not necessarily a job. The funding is very hard. It's very hard to raise money, as you know, for nonprofits. We're out there like everybody else. My vice president, he's going to the things. We're sending the brochures out. We're begging and crawling and pleading, and the limited funds we get, we use them in the right ways, and trying to partner with those that have more than us, and got a couple more doors open, and just following the lead. But it is hard, but you know, we're committed. I'm fortunate enough to be surrounded by people that are committed, but you can only do so much from prison, you know. But I'm on it though. You know, I care, and I think we have had an impact. I think it feels good, you know, when he tells me the response he's getting. I haven't been out there with him yet. You know, I talk to, we have an official meeting once a week, but I talk to him maybe 2-3 times out of the week just to kind of get a feel what's happening and what's not happening, and, you know, what people are responsive to and what they're not, what donors want to see, what they don't want to see. You know, what the website looking like, the traffic, you know, I try to monitor it all because I do have at least the time to do that, you know. So it's a lot, but I do my best. I'm learning as I go. It's been a lot of mistakes, but you know, we got lawyers helping us when it get too crazy. So we're doing all right though.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Thank you. Ms. Hamlet-Williams, you have input in this case.
Yes, good morning. Good morning, panel. I do have the sister of the victim who would like to address you today. One moment. Thank you. You may begin with your statement.
Hi, I'm Robin. I'm Curtis Hannon's sister. 2005, September 19th, my brother's life was taken. Since then, you know, my brother's kids grew up without him. He had a 9-month-old daughter that'll be 20 years old on January 5th that never got to know her father. Through all of this, I lost my mom. My mom was the strongest person, and she held us down. It took Bryan 17 years to admit his guilt on killing my brother. 3 years ago, when he went back from when the appellate court sent him back to jail, he went back 4 months later, 5 months later, he went in for a modification. They gave him a modification. Now, here it is. 3 years later, he's back coming for parole. During that time he was out 3 years ago, I had problems with girls from his neighborhood pulling up where I live at, wanting to fight me. I called his sister and let his sister know. I'm not biased to this situation, but my brother was somebody. My brother would have been here today. My brother has 5 grandkids he got to never meet. I'm here. My mother's gone. His father is really sick. You know, I have a 14-year-old son that he looks like my brother Tiger. He acts like my brother Tiger. Everything like if Tiger was in his life. I have health issues behind this of what happened to my brother, because my brother was shot from behind and I'm hurt. It wasn't several gunshots being shot. It was one person shooting. He knows he's killed my brother. It took him 17 years to admit his guilt. When he was out here, he was making GoFundMe accounts saying he didn't kill my brother. He didn't do it. He didn't have nothing to do with it. When he go for a modification, he says how he been trying to reach out to the family. You just now getting it. No, you wasn't trying to reach out to the family because I'm still cool with your sister Arjeny. Because if that was the case, Arjeny would have let me know. Number 2, it's just like, it's so much. My family is broken. My family isn't even together. Once my brother passed, that was my family. You know, my brother is gone. There's no coming back. I got to wear pins. I got to listen to his music on the radio. I look at his kids, his grandkids, his kids are suffering. As I talk to his daughter during this time, you know, to be honest, you know, my brother passed away in 2005. His daughter wasn't in our life because she wasn't around. During this time coming, I was able to get in touch with my niece to let her know this was coming up. It was too hard for her because she didn't want to see the person that took her father's life. She didn't want that person to see her because it's like, it's too much. There's a lot going out here in the world. When you went for your modification, you had a fiance, you was moving out to Stratford, Milford. Now, what happened with that relationship? Where are you going? To a sober house now. Let's make it right. You had 3 or 4 relationships when you came out here. And you talk about working on relationships. You still have work to do. Like, you broke my family, my aunts, my uncles, my great uncles, my grandma. Everybody is gone. We lost a lot of people behind the stress of my brother Tiger getting killed. And no, it's not right. My niece would never know her father. She's on this. She get to see who killed her father, but she was scared to speak. She was scared to speak. To this day, she said she don't like to tell people she's Tiger's daughter. She don't know who's going to come after her. But one thing I must say, you did good there. But it still doesn't make up for taking my brother's life. My brother was somebody. My brother had a purpose here. When you took my brother's life, my mother got terminally ill instantly. I'm not biased against you coming home because I have a brother in jail that's doing a murder bid. You get where I'm coming from? Everybody does deserve a second chance, but you need to really do all that time. They took 15 years off of 45. You was charged with manslaughter when it should have been murder. You shot my brother from the back, in the back of his head. Manslaughter should have never came in. So everything, you know, it's a lot done happened. My brother Tiger missed out on a lot. You know how I get to hear my brother Tiger's voice? Through his music. I play his music every day. After 20 years, I still walk around with my brother Tiger pin on every coat I wear. Because I am the voice of my brother and I'm going to speak. You broke my family. My family will never be the same. Never, ever be the same again. My niece would never get to know her father. She got to look at pictures and wish she knew that man. His grandkids will never get to know him. They got to look at pictures and hear stories about how silly and goofy and smart and cool his father was. You said it, Tiger was real cool. We would never thought nobody would kill Tiger. It was somebody from another neighborhood that came in our neighborhood and killed Tiger. Yeah, our families knew each other, but you didn't really know Tiger. You knew of Tiger. You killed my brother over an argument. Let's tell it what it really was, over an argument because you called his little brother a snitch. My little brother. Life is not fair without my brother. And I'm going to ride for my brother from here on out. I am my brother's voice. You notice I'm the only one that come and speak because I love my brother. I miss my brother. If y'all could have seen my background, my walls is full of pictures of my brother and my mother, my two backbones. Now I'm the matriarch of the family, and I'm only 48 years old, and I got to take on my mother responsibilities. I take on Tiger responsibilities, being with his grandkids, doing stuff for his kids that he would be able to do if he was alive. I got to look at my mother earn every day. Like the next December 27th, wow, what a date. What a date. What gets me the most is you made a GoFundMe account. You said you didn't kill my brother. You went back to jail, to prison. Appellate court says you did it, you're going to do your time. Months later, you go back for a modification. It's like you taunting me. It's like I feel like you taunting me, like your friends do from the island. They taunt me. If I can't be, like, I'm not scared at all, but I'm not going to keep allowing the disrespect behind a man that took my brother's life. I am somebody, and so was my brother. You got 25 years. Only thing I'm asking the board is just let you finish out your time. It took you 17 years to admit your guilt. I'm glad you're doing a lot of positive stuff, but it took you 17 years to admit your guilt that you killed my brother. And then you're back 3 years later wanting to come home. You taunting me. Just do your 25 years. My brother was somebody. My brother was somebody, and you, everybody that know Tiger, Tiger was loved. Tiger was somebody. Tiger wasn't a coward. Tiger was that guy. That was my brother. You took my first friend. My two brothers was my first friend. Tiger was my first one, and Jermaine, that's doing murder bid, was my second friend. You took my brothers away from me at a time I needed my brothers when I was suffering. You took my brother. Life is not fair without my brother, my mother, nothing. My mother got sick on the cause of her son, her firstborn, getting murdered. My mother went through heart failure. My mother went through kidney failure. My mother suffered. My dad, Curtis Hannes, he just recently had a heart attack, hearing about this stuff coming up to court again. Like, come on, just do your time, bro. Leave us alone. Do your time. When you do your time, I'll accept the fact. Just do your time. I'm not biased to you coming home, but please just do your time and leave my family alone. We're not biased to you coming home, but just do your time. My brother's life was more than 20 years, and you know, and everybody else know. 20 years is not enough, not even 25, but just do your time for my family and leave me alone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, panel. Thank you so much for your
What's up? Okay. Just, I just wanted to state a couple of things. One is that a parole hearing isn't something that an inmate requests, and so it's afforded by state statute. And in addition, when inmates are incarcerated, if they reach out to victims, they can get in serious trouble while they're incarcerated. And even if they're out on an appeal bond or anything like that, you're not supposed to have any contact with victims. And with that being said, I just wanted to take my my turn at a question, not really a question, but a statement. And certainly, there is no bringing back a victim when they're gone. And it's about what do we do going forward, right? And people can come here and they can say they're sorry, they can express remorse, but what are they doing? You know, and through the questioning that Board Member Smith-Palmieri had and Board Member Sapu-Sasu had, and what you offered up, you know, putting in place that nonprofit, getting out there. One of the things that's the biggest, one of the biggest measures for me. You went to prison illiterate. You learned how to read and write, but then you did that. You took those skills and you helped inmates that vast majority don't even have a GED. And you helped them learn how to read and write, right? By going out there, you know, a few weeks ago, we had one of the assistant state's attorneys here. And he talked about how people like you can help so that there's less victims in the community by getting out there and talking to young people in a way that they just simply can't. And those are steps, those are concrete steps that you've taken, you know, and that's incredibly important. You know, there's nothing that, I don't want to say that, and I don't want to say there's nothing that can be done to ease the pain of people who are victims, because through your work, you know, through the ability, and I learned it as an 8th grade teacher, through the ability to sit down with somebody that you've harmed and actually bring justice to that situation, you know, and with what you're trying to do here with others, that's so incredibly important. You know, so many people who come before this board are, you know, in terms of victims, are so affected. And right, you know, it happens when somebody that they love is hurt or taken away from them. But to be able to, you know, set up the situation with restorative justice, you know, so that things can be, peace can be found, you know? So what you're doing while incarcerated and what you're doing when you were released on the appeal bond, that's what shows me true remorse. So no matter what happens here today, always continue to try and honor the life that you've taken. So there's one less family, one less person that doesn't have to feel the pain the victims feel in cases like this. We're going to talk about your case now, and we're going to give you our decision, okay?
I sit here or what I just
No,
said?
you stay right there. You stay right there. Board Member Smith Palmer.
Thank you, Mr. Paul. So, we're here today to determine suitability
Right.
for parole. I think that Mr. Jordan knows that he's been very fortunate. He was granted sentence modification. I mean, he's fortunate to have been out on appeal bond and then to have been granted a sentence modification, reducing his sentence to 25 years. I think with all that said, you addressed the victim. I'd like to address some of the victim's statements too. She said a lot of very impactful things. She said, she's the voice for her brother because there is no voice. That her brother was somebody, and he was somebody. I think she was able to talk about some of his life, the short life that he had and the good that he did. And I also think that Mr. Jordan talked a little bit about the victim and that he was a friend and he was a good person and all that he had done. And, the victim will never be whole. We say that. I mean, we say it, we know it. Yeah. I'm sure it's hard for the victim to come to terms with that. It sounds like she's had a lot of loss in her life. I think it's so incredible that she has the strength to come and talk about her brother after all these years. And she has been through a lot, right? There's the trial, the appeals, the sentencing modification. She has been steadfast in her brother's memory. And I give her a lot of credit for that. I do think it's important to also to then take a look at Mr. Jordan and what he has done to make amends for this terrible crime that he's committed, the loss of somebody's life. And what do we look? We, of course, have to think about, the crime itself, and that is never going to change. So then we have to look at what Mr. Jordan's life was like coming into this and what he has done to make offender change. We use those words. We also, need to look at his efforts towards rehabilitation. So I look at, when I review this case, we look at education, which we know is incredibly important in terms of being able to live successfully in the community, productively in the community. And we look at the programs that he has participated in that have allowed him those opportunities of change. I was very interested to hear what Mr. Jordan was doing for all that time prior to being afforded the opportunity for programs. And I think that, we were all impressed to hear that he worked on himself with no outside efforts. And, for me, I'm always so happy to hear that fellow inmates are mentoring one another. And it goes both ways, the younger to the older, the ones serving long sentences to short sentences, because we all need to help one another. And it's important to see that part of human nature is also alive and well at the facilities. It's a difficult place to be. So I look at the program he was doing before he was afforded the programs, and then what he has done in that time. And, he's done programs that have been available to him and then some. I think he has shown his immediate change through his discipline reports. Goes in at age 29, serving a 45-year sentence. What does he got to lose, right? But yet he was able to make that change. And then we look at his release plan. Mr. Jordan has been incredibly fortunate that he was out appeal bond for a bit and was able to kind of test the waters because, for me, I like to ask that question, have you thought about what's going to be difficult? He's already sort of faced some of those initial challenges,
Right.
being able to get a job and talk about where you've been for the last 20
Right.
years, right? That's a hard conversation, getting somebody to trust, and then living in the community in this productive way, being on time for work, finding suitable places to live, stable places to live. We don't know any of the background really that the victim was talking about, but we do know in terms of his living situation that it appears to me that this sponsor of going to a sober house has been thought out and what it will provide. That structure, the curfew, that familiarity with parole and being what's required of parole, it's very rigid. I think Mr. Jordan has done a lot of groundwork in terms of the nonprofit aside, but I look at how is he going to support himself in the community? He can get his job back at UPS, that would be terrific. But he's also sort of looked down the road, what does he need to advance in that area of work, which is the CDL. Seems to have a lot of support in the community. I think that Mr. Holloway is probably still out there helping people like Mr. Jordan. And if Mr. Jordan reaches out, he'll have more support outside his family, from individuals who know what it will entail to get back in the community and to live productively. And I use that word productively quite a bit because I think it's important to structure and employment and stable places to live are really the foundation for success in the community.
Right.
So with all that said, I do find Mr. Jordan suitable for parole release today and would be in favor of granting discretionary parole.
Thank you. Board member Sabu.
So I came at it at a lot of the same angles that my colleague did. There are opportunities for rehabilitation. Did he take them? Yes. Is he remorseful? Yes. Is he suitable for reentry? Yes. But more importantly, is he a public safety risk? And in my opinion, he is not. And he may, in fact, through the nonprofit and through the work that he's hoping to do, help to alleviate any future public safety risk. He has 10 years of probation. So in terms of structure and review, there's going to be eyes on you, Mr. Jordan, for 10 years. And I think that he has shown that he is up for the challenge, and I too would be in favor of granting release.
Did I read no, it's 10 years of special parole. Special parole. So I agree with my colleagues, and the first cohort of Second Chance Alliance and the first cohort of Yale Prison Education Initiative, studying criminal justice, so that there can be a positive impact, as you just said, positive impact to the community, and with help in reducing violence in the community is incredibly important to me. So
I have recommendations, Mr. Cole. I had halfway house. I know he has a sober house, but just in case that doesn't work out the way it should, or he needs to bridge, as you put it. Mental health evaluation and treatment. I think it's
He spoke of that himself.
Yeah. And no contact with the victim's sister.
I had the three that were listed, RY, CH, and MH.
Father, sister, cousin.
That's the three that were on the victim list.
All right. And no contact with some co
Billy Wright and Andrew Martin.
Yes.
Yeah.
Anything further?
I mean, he talked about the sober living structure, but I don't know that alcohol is a necessary step at this point. That's all I had.
Okay. All right, and we're dealing with 5/27/25 is the date. So regarding Brian Jordan, number 218810, I move to grant parole on or after May 27th, 2025. That's the 85% date with the following stipulations that will apply to both discretionary and special parole. Halfway house placement, mental health evaluation and treatment is deemed necessary. No contact with victims RY, CH, and MH. That's victim's family. And no contact with co-defendants Billy Wright or Andrew Martin. Andrew or Andrea?
Andre.
Andre Martin. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Mr. Jordan, you've been voted to parole. Your stipulation to be explaining your prior to release. We put halfway house in there as a bridge to the sober house. So if like there's a bed not ready or something like that, parole has a little bit of room to try to help you out.
All right. Can I ask one question about the date? I thought the date was the 5th of May. I heard you say the 27th, but I heard somebody else say like the set. It seemed like you're saying different dates. I just don't know what.
It is the 7th.
I thought you just said the 27th.
All right, hang on for 1 second. It's okay. So let me restate that. Let me restate that motion, right? So in regard to Brian Jordan, 218810, move to grant parole on or after May 7th, 2025, with the following stipulations that apply to discretionary parole and special parole. Halfway house placement, if necessary, mental health evaluation and treatment is deemed necessary. No contact with victim's family, RY, CH, MH, and no contact with co-defendants Billy Wright or Andre Martin. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. And Mr. Jordan has been voted to discretionary parole prior to his special parole starting.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for catching that.
Thank you for voting. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great day. Keep doing positive things out there.
I will, guaranteed. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
This concludes the hearing for Brian Jordan, 218810.
Can we take a 5-minute comfort break?
Yeah, you got a blanket. It's freezing. Oof. So cold.
The window, it's cold by the window. Do you want to swap? You sure?
I have
Okay.
Taking a break.
There's no virtual distance prohibited. Well, it shouldn't be. Where's the restricted?
Marion?
Yeah.
Can we get Anderson?
Sure.
Thank you.
You're all set. Yeah. Give me all of you think good. That's where I'm at. Anderson. Keep the chair, man.
Good morning, Mr. Anderson.
Good morning.
My name is Parole Officer Logan, and today is Friday, December 27th, 2024. This is a jurisprudence hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. Present this morning are Chairperson Pohl, Board Member Zappel Sadlu, did I pronounce that correctly? And Board Member Smith Palmieri. Sir, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Josh Anderson, 280058.
Thank you. This hearing is being conducted because the board has received information regarding past conduct which may require participation in a behavioral management program for problem sexual behavior.
Because the information we're going to discuss involves confidential information, I move that we go into executive session. Is there a session? Is there a second?
Yes, second.
Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. We will be going into executive session.
Mr. Anderson, could you ask the officer to step in the room for a moment?
Yes.
Thank you.
Hold on. He went for a little tour. They wanted to. They asked you to come here for something.
So.
Good morning, officer.
Hi.
The board is going to go into executive session to speak to Mr. Anderson off the record. So I'm just going to need your help to disconnect, and then when they're done, reconnect.
Okay.
So if you can just hang up on your end for now, you'll get a new call in a few seconds and you can accept that when you see the pop-up on your screen.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is it gonna do that? It's that's what I'm telling. Thank you.
Okay. So in the matter of Chance Anderson, 280058,
Josh Anderson.
I'm sorry. Josh. 280058. I move that the board require an assessment of problem sexual behavior prior to the scheduling of the discretionary parole hearing. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the evaluation is ordered. Mr. Anderson, after reviewing all of the information available in your testimony today, the board has determined that an evaluation for treatment for problem sexual behavior will be required prior to the scheduling of your discretionary parole hearing. At that hearing, the board may decide to order your participation in treatment in compliance with any related clinical recommendations regarding that treatment as a condition of your release. You may also be assigned to the special management unit for supervision. And again, just, to reiterate, it would be great for you to get any kind of information that you can to supply to the discretionary parole hearing through Parole Officer Logan, so that this can be fully looked at by the discretionary parole panel.
Okay. I'll try to get everything, Tim.
Thank you.
Thank you. You guys have a nice day.
You too. Happy New Year.
This concludes the jurisprudence hearing for Josh Anderson, 280058.
I guess
Olivares.
So Steve, right there. Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Olivares.
Muy buenos días.
So I don't know how to speak Spanish. Do any of you know how to speak Spanish? Yeah, I'm gonna, the person that I had used to do your interview, she's not available. So I have to call the language link. So are you comfortable with doing that, or do you want to have the hearing with Miss Rivera, who I used to do the interview? Or are you okay
Okay.
doing it with, I have to call an agency that will interpret?
Okay.
Are you okay doing it that way?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see.
You have reached an unassigned extension of the state of Connecticut.
Welcome to Language Line Solutions. Please enter your 6-digit client ID. For Spanish, press 1. For up. Please. Thank you for calling Language Line Solutions. Please call ID number 363736. And it's up for today. I am proud to serve you. This call may be monitored for training and quality assurance purposes.
Thank you. This is Parole Officer Logan. I'm calling from the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. I'm conducting a parole hearing today and need your services. So I'll start. 1 second. Sorry, can I please get your name again? Or your
Yes, my name is Alejandra.
Alexander?
Alexandra. My ID number 363736.
Thank you. Alexandra, can you please raise your right hand, please?
Yes, ma'am.
You solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that you will faithfully discharge, according to law, your duties as an interpreter to the best of your abilities, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury.
I swear.
Okay. I have a script, Alexandra, that I'm going to read, and I'll stop every now and then so you can interpret for him. And then we'll jump into the hearing. Does that sound okay for you?
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Olivares-Galeano. My name is Parole Officer Logan. Today is Friday, December 27th, 2024. And this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles.
Muy buenos días.
Buenas tardes, señor Oliveros. Hoy es el día viernes 27 de diciembre del 2024. Mi nombre es oficial de Parole Logan y esta es la dirección del corte de circuito de Parole.
The following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Los nombres de las personas que están aquí en el board los voy a mencionar. Si sus nombres están mencionados, es que ellos ya están de acuerdo en que revisaron los estatutos, los documentos de estatutos y las propuestas y están al corriente de lo que vamos a discutir aquí el día de hoy.
Mike Pohl,
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Ellen Zappo-Sasu.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Por favor, diga su nombre y el número de inmate o de preso que tiene para que conste en el registro.
Muy buenos días. Mi nombre es Arjeny Estuardo Olivares-Galeano. Mi número de preso es 43-61-71.
Good morning. My name is Arjeny Estuardo Olivares-Galeano. My inmate number is 437171.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Arjeny Olivares-Galeano 436171.
Esta audiencia el día de hoy se está llevando a cabo en forma de abogacía para el señor Arjeny Escobar Olivares-Galeano, número de preso 437171.
He is serving a sentence of 7 years, executed suspended after serving 3 years, followed by 5 years probation.
Él está sirviendo una sentencia de 7 años, ejecutada de la siguiente manera: 3 años ya servidos más 5 años de probatoria.
He is serving time for a risk of injury, illegal operation of a commercial motor vehicle under the influence of alcohol or drugs, and illegal operation of a motor vehicle without ignition device.
Está él aquí detenido por los siguientes cargos: riesgo de poner en peligro a otras personas, operar un vehículo motorizado de manera ilegal estando bajo la influencia ya sea de alcohol o de drogas y no tener un aparato de ignición de interlock en el vehículo.
As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of July 26, 2024.
El día de hoy, bajo la elegibilidad para iniciar el parol del día desde el 26 de julio del 2024.
There is no victim input in this case.
No hay un input o información de víctima en este caso.
There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows he has completed the following programs.
Lo que sí hay es un resumen de cuentas del ofensor que ha sido revisado y indicamos que cumple con el programa.
He has completed Tier 2. He is enrolled in ESL and GED classes. And he's currently participating in domestic violence, which ends February 19th, 2025.
Muy bien, y él ha completado la etapa 2 del programa, está tomando las clases de ESL, EED y también las clases contra violencia doméstica, que está programado para concluir el 19 de febrero del 2025.
Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the low range of risk for recidivism.
I'm sorry, repeat, low range of risk for what?
Low range of risk for recidivism.
No, sí. Muy bien, basándonos en el sistema de evaluación colaborativo del Estado entero, se determina que tiene un riesgo de reincidencia muy bajo.
Mr. Olivares-Galeano, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Señor Rivera-Galeano, esta es su oportunidad de explicarle a los que están aquí presentes de por qué cree que se le debe de autorizar el parol. Puede empezar.
Primeramente, reconozco que de los errores que cometí en el pasado, por mi responsabilidad, y me gustaría tan siquiera una oportunidad para demostrarle a la comunidad del cambio que ha habido en mí a través de mis consecuencias.
Well, firstly, I do recognize the mistakes that I made in the past, and I take full responsibility of them. But I would like to have an opportunity to go back out in the community and show that the change that I had during this time and to collaborate.
Is that it, sir?
¿Eso es todo, señor?
Si me da la oportunidad, quiero demostrar lo que he cambiado, reconociendo mis errores. Tengo más de año y medio de estar acá en esta prisión, en la cual he cumplido con todo lo que se me ha mandado a hacer. Pero, lamentablemente, de los programas he estado atrasado por la correccional. Tuve una entrevista con el parol en abril. Una semana antes de la entrevista me agregan un programa. Ahora nuevamente estoy haciendo otro programa que inicié 2 meses atrás. Cuando he tenido el tiempo suficiente para completar los programas, para que me den la oportunidad de salir bien bajo parol, o a través de media casa, o con TIES.
Perdón, ¿me puede repetir para salir del parol y qué más?
Para salir a través de parol y media casa, ya cumplí la mitad de mi sentencia. Y busco una oportunidad nomás.
Okay. Yes, I want to have an opportunity to show that my behavior has changed. I've been for 1 month and a half in this particular prison, and I have complied with everything that has been requested of me. I want to have the time to complete and comply with my programs. Regretfully, I've been getting behind a little bit with the programs on the prison, but I want to have the chance to comply and complete everything. And I haven't had enough time, but I have served half of my sentence here, and I think I want these opportunities to show that I can get better and comply with everything that's requested of me.
Is that it?
¿Eso es todo, señor?
Can you let us know when you're done? That's what.
Sí, solo háganos saber cuando haya concluido.
Y porque tengo una familia que me espera afuera, mis hijos, en la cual ellos esperan de mi ayuda. Y nomás pido esa oportunidad para demostrarle tanto a la comunidad como a mi familia lo que yo he cambiado.
Yes, I also have my family waiting for me outside, my children who rely on me, and I also want to show not just to the community, but also to my family the improvement that I have made and that I want to continue and to grow.
Eso es todo. Gracias.
That's all.
Okay. Well, thank you, sir, for your statement. And what we're going to do now, we read about what brought you to this incarceration, what you've done since you've been here, and about your plan when you're released. And we have, as you know from your last hearing, just like that, we're going to go through, ask questions, and then we're going to talk about your case and give you a decision. Okay?
Muy bien, señor. Muchísimas gracias por su declaración. Ahora, como usted sabe, hemos leído sobre qué lo trajo a esta encarcelación, también lo que ha hecho usted desde entonces, y hemos escuchado sobre lo que planea hacer una vez que sea liberado. Igual que en la última audiencia, vamos a hacerle algunas preguntas y después de escuchar sus respuestas, vamos a hacer nuestra determinación y a informarle de nuestra decisión.
Me parece bien.
Sounds good.
And we're going to start questions today with board member Xapo Sasu.
Buenos días.
Vamos a comenzar con el miembro de Sapo Sasi para hacerle sus preguntas.
So my first question is about alcohol. Most of your issues surround alcohol. So please tell me about the Tier 2 program.
Muy bien, mi primera pregunta tiene que ver con el alcohol, ya que parece que su principal problema ha tenido que ver con el uso de alcohol. Platíqueme sobre ese programa que se llama Tier 2.
Sí, ese programa lo completé acá. Algo que no estaba en los papeles de mi sentencia, pero sin embargo completé ese programa, en la cual gracias a Dios a ese programa he podido entender muchas cosas, como por ejemplo las consecuencias del alcohol. Y me ha enseñado también cómo debo de mantenerme alejado de todas esas sustancias que me causan daño.
Yes, I completed that program here. It's something that wasn't on my original sentence papers, but I completed it here, and participating in that program has allowed me to understand the consequences that are directly associated with the use of alcohol, and also how to stay away from alcohol and other substances and circumstances that affect me.
Okay. So do you see alcohol as being a problem if you were to be released?
¿Usted ve o piensa que el alcohol sería un problema si fuera usted liberado?
Como yo me siento, no. Gracias a Dios, mi mentalidad ha cambiado y sé que por el consumo del alcohol sucedieron muchas cosas en mi pasado, en la cual ahora estoy arrepentido. Y si eso me trae daños, yo prefiero dejar todo eso a un lado y comenzar a vivir una nueva vida.
As I feel right now, I think not, because now I'm more aware about how alcohol has influenced been an influence in the bad decisions and bad things that happened in my past. And I'm regretful about those things and those bad decisions. And if I'm released, when I'm released, I just want to stay away from it.
So one of those bad decisions included having a child in the car while you were driving under the influence. That's a very serious offense and could have resulted in a very bad situation for that child.
Muy bien, una de esas malas cosas o malas decisiones que usted tomó mientras estaba bajo la influencia del alcohol es que usted estaba manejando intoxicado con el alcohol, teniendo a un menor en el coche. Y pudieron haber ocurrido consecuencias mucho peores para ese menor.
Sí, sí lo reconozco. Estoy muy arrepentido de haber tomado esa decisión pensando que yo estaba haciendo bien con llevar a ese menor con la madre en ese día.
Yes, I recognize that. That was a bad decision. And I don't know how I was thinking at the moment that it was okay for me to drive that minor to his mother on that day, in that state.
So I think that is part of the problem. When you're under the influence, you're not thinking clearly, and that's when bad decisions happen. So I want to know about what mechanisms and what strategies you have if you were to be released to avoid those situations.
Sí, creo que eso es parte del problema. Cuando uno está bajo la influencia del alcohol, el pensar, eso te hace pensar mal, no pensar claramente. Entonces me gustaría saber qué mecanismos o qué estrategias ha considerado usted cuando sea liberado para evitar caer en esas situaciones nuevamente.
Lo repito, primeramente quiero enfocarme en la nueva vida que yo quiero vivir afuera, comenzando con completar el GD, si Dios lo permite, porque sé que completando el GD se me van a abrir nuevas oportunidades para poder seguir ejerciendo nuevos estudios, como también así seguir practicando la religión que lo estoy haciendo desde que estoy en prisión.
Yes, first again, I want to focus in the new life that I want to lead once out. And one of those things I want to, if God allows it, to complete that DD program, and to be that will allow me to complete new goals and new studies. And I want to continue to practice in the faith that religion I've been practicing since I got here.
Okay, so God is important. However, there's other things that you can do, such as going to meetings, having a sponsor, being aware of the consequences of alcohol in terms of anger and how you think. Are you thinking about any of those possible strategies?
Claro, Dios es importante, pero también es importante que busque usted ir a reuniones, conseguirse un sponsor y también que esté usted consciente de las consecuencias que puede presentar el alcohol, así como el alcohol influye luego en la ira y también en cómo influye también en la mala toma de decisiones.
Sí, estoy de acuerdo en eso. Gracias a Dios, estoy sometido en la religión de protestantes y quiero seguir ejerciendo ese estudio porque me he dado cuenta que es lo mejor que puedo hacer.
Perdón, ¿qué es lo que quiere completar con lo del estudio?
La religión de protestantes, en la cual yo practico desde que vine a prisión y me he dado cuenta que eso me ha ayudado a poder ver diferente la vida.
Yes, I agree on that. Also, thanks God, since I got here to the prison, I've been practicing this Protestant religion, and that has given me a new view, a different perspective on how I see life as well.
Okay, so you've been on community supervision 2 times previously, and it didn't go well. So how do we know that it's going to be better this time?
Muy bien, usted ha estado bajo supervisión comunitaria 2 veces anterior a esta. ¿Cómo sabemos que esta vez sí le va a ir bien con esa supervisión?
No entiendo, ¿supervisión?
What do you mean by that, supervision?
Probation?
He estado bajo probatoria y que no le ha resultado bien. ¿Qué va a ser diferente esta vez?
Bueno, reconozco que violé la probatoria porque me hice responsable de los actos que pasaron con mi expareja, pero no estaba en mi intención, no fue mi intención violar la probatoria, pero esta vez pienso hacerlo diferente. Primeramente porque quiero enfocarme en mi familia, en mis nuevos planes y ponerme a la disposición de parol o probatoria para cumplir lo que se me diga.
I wanted to take responsibility of what happened, like the acts that happened with my partner back then. It wasn't my intention in the first place to not comply with the probation. But now I'm focusing more, I want to focus more on this new start with this new perspective and also focus more on my family. And I'm completely willing to comply with everything that the parole officers dictate for me to comply with.
Okay, my last question is, please tell me the status of your citizenship. Are you in process? When did you come here and did you have a work permit?
Muy bien, mi última pregunta tiene que ver con su estatus migratorio. ¿Está usted ya en el proceso de tramitar su ciudadanía? Y también quiero saber cuándo llegó usted aquí y ¿tenía usted permiso de trabajo?
Primeramente, no tengo permiso de trabajo. No recuerdo exactamente la fecha que yo llegué acá, pero podrían ser unos 11 años atrás. Y estaba en mis planes poder arreglar mi estatus migratorio.
Solo para confirmar, no ha comenzado el proceso, pero es parte de su plan arreglar su estatus migratorio.
Sí, porque sí, he tratado de buscar ayuda para arreglar mi estatus migratorio.
Okay, so no, I don't have a work permit. I don't remember the exact day that I came here, but it was like 11 years ago. I've been meaning, I'm planning on fixing my migration status. I've been trying to get help on that regard.
So I think that you definitely should pursue that and understand that being on your very best behavior during your next period of release is going to work in your favor for you and your family.
Muy bien, creo que definitivamente tiene que perseguir eso, lograr arreglarlo de su estatus. Y quiero que también tenga en consideración que en los próximos meses, en el tiempo que se viene, si usted se comporta de la mejor manera posible y cumple con todo, eso le va a ayudar mucho con ese propósito y también va a ayudar a su familia.
Sí, quiero luchar por eso y aprovechar la oportunidad que me den para poder demostrarle tanto a la comunidad de la oportunidad que me han dado como a mi familia.
Yes, I want to fight for that. I want to get that done. And also I want to show, not just the officers and you guys, but also the community and my family that I want to use this opportunity to be the best person I can be for them.
And my last question, are you still with the person who is listed as the victim of the domestic situation?
Muy bien, mi última pregunta. ¿Usted sigue estando junto con o tiene todavía esa pareja, la que era la supuesta víctima del problema doméstico que hubo?
No, estamos separados desde cuando pasó el problema.
No, we split since the problem occurred.
Thank you.
Board member
Gracias.
Smith Palmer.
Thank you. So, Mr. Olivares-Galeano, can you tell me, you had no contact with the victim, but what is your plan when you're back in the community to see your child?
Muy bien, señor Olivares-Galeano. Entonces, sé que tiene una orden de no contacto con la supuesta víctima del caso, pero ¿cuál es su plan cuando salga a la comunidad para estar en contacto con su hijo?
Yo recuerdo que me habían puesto una orden de alejamiento con mi expareja por 1 año. Yo estuve con libertad 10 meses afuera antes de ser sentenciado. Me imagino que ya pasó el año de la orden de alejamiento hacia ella. Buscaría ayuda a través de mi abogado para ver cómo yo puedo compartir con mi hijo y cumplir y ser responsable con mi hijo.
Yes, I remember there was like a stay away order before. I was out during 10 months before my sentencing, so I figure the year has already passed. But I want to get help from a lawyer to see what are my options so I can share some time with my child and also make myself responsible of, parenting my child and spending time with my child as well.
Okay. One of your charges is failure to install an ignition lock in the car. Do you know what that means to have an ignition lock in your car?
Muy bien, quiero hablarles sobre el cargo que tiene de haber fallado a instalar ese aparato en la ignición del coche. No sé si usted sabe lo que es ese aparato que mencionaron, el ignition interlock, ¿lo conoce?
La verdad no lo conozco, solo me han dicho que tengo que instalar ese aparato, pero no he podido investigar más con respecto a eso.
To be honest, I don't know about that. I mean, I know I've been told that I need to install that device on the vehicle, but I don't know much about that. I haven't had the opportunity to get more information on that.
You were driving your father's car and you were not permitted legally. You cannot drive a car that does not have that ignition lock device in a car. So what would be your plan for employment when you're in the community if you're unable to drive?
Ya veo, mire, cuando usted estaba manejando el coche de su padre, técnicamente, legalmente no debía de haberlo manejado porque no puede manejar un coche que no tenga ese aparato conectado en el carro cuando usted maneja. Entonces, cuando salga a la comunidad, ¿cuál va a ser su plan si no puede usted mismo manejar?
Mi plan sería primeramente, pues, no sé, usar Uber para poder arreglar lo de mi licencia.
Perdón, ¿usar Uber para qué?
Usaría Uber como transporte para poder arreglar lo de mi licencia, porque hasta ahorita no estoy enterado qué es lo que yo tengo que hacer para restaurar mi licencia, porque no tengo carro aún.
Well, firstly, I'll be using Uber as a means of transportation. In the meantime, I fix my license because I don't know yet what is it that is exactly what I need to do to get my license back, and I don't have a vehicle right now.
I just want to be clear, Mr. Olivares-Galeano, that you cannot operate a motor vehicle that does not have one of those ignition devices in the car. Your license is currently suspended.
Muy bien, solo quiero que le quede claro, señor Olivares-Galeano, que no puede usted manejar un vehículo motorizado en este momento, ya que por el momento su licencia está suspendida. No puede usar un vehículo que, además, no puede usar un vehículo que no tenga ese aparato instalado.
Sí, estoy más que seguro que lo primero que quiero hacer es restaurar mi licencia y cumplir con todo lo que tenga que hacer para poder manejar sin ningún problema.
Oh, yes. First of all, I want to investigate how can I restore my license and comply with everything that they require of me, so I can drive normally again in the future.
You told the parole officer that the reason that you did not do well on probation is because of your language barrier, that you did not understand the conditions. Were the conditions given to you in Spanish?
Muy bien, usted le comentó al oficial de probatoria que falló a cumplir con su probatoria por la diferencia de lenguaje. ¿No le dieron a usted instrucciones también en español?
De probatoria, no entiendo la pregunta.
Oh, one moment, I'll repeat. Sí, usted le comentó al oficial de probatoria que posiblemente falló a cumplir con las condiciones de la probatoria, o sea, mientras estuvo afuera, por la barrera del lenguaje, que no le quedaban claras las instrucciones de qué sí podía, qué no podía hacer. ¿Le dieron a usted instrucciones que estuvieran en español o no?
Bueno, la oficial de probatoria que yo tenía me hablaba entre inglés y español. Y bueno, yo entiendo un poco el inglés, pero habían palabras que, soy honesto, no entendía. Por eso fue que yo no le puse tanta importancia a investigar más a fondo lo que yo tenía que hacer con respecto a la restauración de mi licencia.
Well, the probation officer that I got spoke to me in a little bit Spanish, but also in English. And I understand a little bit of English, but not completely. So I guess I was too confident that I was understanding the instructions, but there were some things that I wished I would have, I don't know, put more mind to investigate exactly what those things meant. Because I think some of those things weren't clear at that time.
Okay, thank you. No further questions, Mr.
Thank you.
Gracias, no más preguntas.
Okay, we're going to talk about your case now and we'll give you a decision. Board member Zafo Sasson.
Vamos a hablar un poco de su caso ahora y luego le daremos la decisión. Va a seguir el siguiente miembro de la Junta.
Mr. Olivares-Galeano is serving his first incarceration for crimes involving domestic violence and vehicle-related offenses.
Señor Olivares-Galeano, su primera encarcelación fue respecto a problemas de violencia doméstica, además con algunas irregularidades del uso de vehículos motorizados.
He's had 2 community release failures, and this instant offense was committed while on probation.
Tuvo 2 fallas de su primera liberación comunitaria bajo supervisión. Eso es el fallar a cumplir durante la probatoria.
This rehear is based on offender change and institutional program participation. I'm concerned about whether these programs, were they bilingual? Tier 2 DV, are they bilingual in?
That would be a question for Mr. Olivares. They do.
In tier 2, the programmer, he is Hispanic. I don't know if he does it Spanish or not. I know there's several people in the group that can translate, but I don't know how he runs his group, to be honest.
Okay. He does have a promise of employment. I do believe that he would benefit from specific programs within the community in order to maintain his sobriety, and he is a low risk. I'm just not sure at this point whether we've seen the offender change piece.
Board Member Smith Palmieri.
So I am interested in that. Mr. Olivares-Galeano, the programs for domestic violence and the Tier 2 program, did you use an interpreter or the programs in Spanish?
Muy bien, yo tengo una pregunta sobre eso, señor. Sobre los programas que usted tomó aquí, quiero saber si sus programas de violencia doméstica y los programas que tomó aquí fueron interpretados a través de un intérprete, traductor, o fueron directamente en español que los tomó.
El programa Tier 2 me dieron el material en español. El que estoy completando ahora mismo, violencia doméstica, algún material me lo dan en español y material que me dan en inglés. Y busco ayuda para poder cumplir con las asignaciones.
The Tier 2 program, they gave me all of the material in Spanish. The domestic violence program that I'm completing now, that I'm still taking, they give me some material in Spanish, they give me some material in English, but I'm looking for assistance to resolve, the English part. I'm getting assistance so I can understand fully and comply with the instructions for the classes.
Thank you. Thank you, Galeano. So I agree with my colleague that he's low risk to recidivate. He has done the programs that have been asked by the prior panel to complete. And it seems to me that whether he is paroled or not, there are no additional programs that he would be able to that he would benefit from. He is past his parole date. He does have a sponsor in the community. It appears that he may be able to go back to his prior employment. I would be willing to grant him discretionary parole, but I would want to continue upon him completing the domestic violence program.
Me too.
Even if he just gets an overview prior to coming out and continuing that in the community. And I do think it is more likely that he would be able to participate in programming that's in his language in the community than he will remaining in the facility.
I mean, that's the biggest piece. I'm glad that Tier 2 is in Spanish for sure. And his making it through DV inside where it's, I guess they're trying the best they can with bilingual programming, but it's not there. I would go with the contingency, which brings us to February and puts him on about 10 months of February 19th. Is that what you had in terms of his?
Yes, completion.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
And then
you set that as the date, though. We just give the parole.
No,
date with the
we don't need to.
contingency. Okay,
Yeah,
let's double check. Yeah.
just for our knowledge. Interpreter, could you interpret some of the conversation that we just had, please?
Sí, bueno, platicando sobre lo que estaban discutiendo ahorita, ¿están de acuerdo en que hay bajo riesgo de reincidencia con usted? pero no están seguros. Ellos piensan que más bien usted se podría beneficiar de completar el programa aún ya cuando esté afuera en la comunidad o completar más programas similares. Sé que tiene un sponsor en la comunidad y también que le ofrecieron poder regresar a tener el empleo que usted tenía. Pero me parece importante que no solo que complete el programa de violencia doméstica aquí mientras está detenido, pero sé que no tienen todavía completamente bilingüe el programa. Pero igual creo que usted se podría beneficiar de continuar con programas por el estilo en la comunidad para ayudar a mantenerse sobrio.
So are you satisfied with where we are?
Yes, I have some conditions.
Yep.
The first was no alcohol consumption, behavioral management program for DV in the community, no contact with victim YNP, halfway house placement, and then I am unsure about how you handle a driving condition if the
No
license
operation
is,
of motor vehicle without PAROLES' permission.
even when the license is already suspended, you still include that? Okay.
Yeah, because then even if he gets it restored, it's still up to the parole officer whether or not you can drive
Right, because you can't drive without that
Right.
condition.
or a license.
Or a license, very true.
And have we confirmed on the mother?
There's no information. You mean as far as, placement?
Yeah,
Yes, I did speak with her.
so that's confirmed.
Yes.
So we wouldn't need to halfway house in that case.
Okay. And then obviously the contingent on completion of the program.
Correct.
Yeah.
So, and you're set with the stipulations?
Yes.
Okay. So in regard to Arjeny Olivares-Galeano, number 436171, I move to grant parole on or after December 27, 2024, contingent upon completion of the domestic violence program. Could you interpret that, please?
Muy bien. Ahora, para el señor Olivares-Galeano, tenemos entonces el número de caso 437-171. Hoy, el día 27 de diciembre de 2024, estamos determinando que, bueno, tiene que completar toda la duración del programa de las clases de violencia doméstica.
And with the following stipulations: no alcohol consumption, no operation of a motor vehicle without parole officer's permission, behavior management for domestic violence, and no contact with victim YNP.
Y estamos pidiendo las siguientes estipulaciones. Tiene que cumplir con no consumir bebidas alcohólicas, no puede manejar un vehículo motorizado sin la aprobación del oficial de parol y también estar bajo el mejor comportamiento en el manejo de ira y no de violencia doméstica, no tener ningún tipo de contacto con la víctima del caso, cuyas iniciales son YNT.
Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Mr. Olivares-Galeano, it's been voted to parole.
Bien, todos los que estén de acuerdo digan aye, y los que no digan no. Parece que estamos de acuerdo en las condiciones de libertad condicional para el señor Olivares-Galeano.
So we just want to be clear that you don't go out unless you complete the domestic violence program. And if you're removed from that program, you're going to have to come back to us.
Muy bien, solo queremos que quede claro que no va a ser liberado hasta que complete el programa de violencia doméstica. Y si le llegan a expulsar del programa de violencia doméstica, usted tiene que regresar con nosotros, ¿de acuerdo?
Sí, una pregunta.
Yes, sir. One question.
Okay, go ahead.
Dígame.
La señorita que está dando el programa de violencia doméstica los ha dicho que termina el programa el mes de enero, a finales de enero. Yo ya firmé los papeles para la media casa. ¿Qué pasaría en ese caso?
¿Ya firmó sus papeles para acá?
Para media casa. Sí, yo firmé en agosto, firmé los papeles de media casa y no recibía ninguna notificación. Pasó un mes y puse un request. Me dicen que tenía que completar el programa violencia doméstica, algo que yo no estaba enterado. Por eso es que yo estoy atrasado con ese programa. Y de ahí me dicen que comienza en octubre. El programa iba a comenzar en octubre y terminó comenzando en noviembre. Llevo 2 meses con ese programa y termina en enero, si Dios lo permite.
Okay, the lady who's importing the domestic violence program already signed that it's supposed to end by the end of January, and already signed for this half a home. They told me I was in here for 1 month. I didn't hear from them. And then they told me that I needed to start to comply, to start with the domestic violence program. So I got 1 month behind. And then they told me it was going to start in October, and then it started in November. And if God's willing, it's going to finish by the end of January.
So then it's the end of January that you would be eligible to go out onto parole.
Entonces, si termina en enero, a finales de enero, es hasta enero que usted podría calificar para salir bajo parole.
You have to complete the program. Once the program's over, then you satisfied what we want, and then DOC goes through their process to put you out into the community.
Tiene que completar el programa, y una vez que ya complete el programa, ya está el DOC va a dar su autorización para que pueda usted regresar a la comunidad.
Oh, ok. Gracias.
Happy New Year.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely,
That
please.
date, that's what's in the computer, whether it ends.
Sure.
That date.
Yes.
Sure, that's what they have in the computer.
Right. No, that's absolutely correct. You know, if it's ended in February, it's February. If it ends in January, it's January. But you have to complete the program in order to get there.
This completes the parole hearing for Arjeny, Olivares-Galeano, 436171.
Interpreter, thank you so much for just a wonderful job.
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you for your services. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you.
Marion, can I please get Mr. Adams, please?
Okay.
Thank you.
Adams. Adams.
Good morning, Mr. Adams.
Good morning.
My name is Parole Officer Logan. Today is Friday, December 27th, 2024, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Mike Pohl.
Good morning, Deborah Smith Palmieri.
And I'm Ellen Zappo Sasu.
Morning.
Also present is Office of Victim Service Advocate Hamlet Williams. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
My name's Chance Adams. And my inmate number is 358766.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Chance James Adams, 358766. He is serving a sentence of 10 years, executed suspended after serving 2.5 years, followed by 5 years probation for criminal possession of a firearm and 2 counts of violation of a protective order. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of January 27, 2025. There is victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed voices, and he's currently participating in domestic violence, which is scheduled to end mid-January. I don't have a date, I'm sorry. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Adams, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe should be granted parole. You may begin.
I didn't bring a letter or anything with me here. I was just notified about getting the parole about a month ago, and this is my first time being incarcerated. I definitely learned and come to terms with things that have happened to lead me to be here. I've dealt with a lot of trauma due to this whole incident that I've been through. I mean, it's been a stressful road for everybody, I think, in the whole situation, but I definitely have learned that to think about things before you do them and just live a better life. You know, I'm 40 years old, and being incarcerated at this age is not a good thing, but it's a learning situation, basically. I've got kids that I need to take care of when I get out, and I've always been in their lives. So being away from them for this time is sad for all of us. I missed a couple things. I haven't seen my daughter for a few years because of the situation. I haven't spoken to her, and I was with her from the day she was born to the day of not seeing her. And I really need to get out there and be in her life. She's probably questioning, you know, why I'm not in her life. With the other things with relationship wise, you know, I won't ever put myself in a predicament to be in those kind of situations again that would lead me to even be in any type of domestic situation. And as far as that goes, I mean, I need to get on with my life, get my career back together, and, you know, take care of my family. That's what I need to do. And definitely not ever come back to prison or jail. Other than that, you know, being incarcerated, I've learned valuable lessons that need to be learned to not come back, and also just finishing up these programs that I'm in and getting ready to get back into the world, working, taking care of my family, continuing my life. That's basically it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Adams. So what happens in a parole hearing is we have read about your background, what's brought you to this incarceration, what you've done since you've been in,
Yes.
and your release plan and your interview with a parole officer and such. And based upon that, we have some questions to arrive at your suitability for parole. We're going to take turns to ask those questions. Then we're going to hear from the Office of Victim Services. And then we're going to talk about your case and we're going to give you a decision, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, so we're going to start questions today with Board Member Smith Palmieri.
Thank you, Mr. Cole. So, Mr. Adams, so there was a lot happening. You've got a few different charges. You've got a few different arrest dates. Let's start by kind of getting an understanding of what was going on in your life when all these charges were occurring. So you have one charge here for criminal possession of a firearm.
Yes.
And you possessed the firearm. There was a shooting involved. There's a deceased victim person who broke into your home.
Yes.
Or was in your home with a firearm. Why did you have a firearm in the home?
It was my brother-in-law's that he had left over a holiday. And I had just had it in my household. He had used to live in that apartment also in the lower apartment.
And it was readily accessible for you to use to defend yourself at the time?
Yes, ma'am.
And was the firearm secured in any way?
Yes, it was.
Children involved?
Yes, it was out of children's reach.
And I mean, it sounds like it was a little bit of a chaotic time, the whole incident. Can you tell us a little bit about what occurred? Why was this person in your home with a firearm?
That I don't know. I knew the person. I didn't know he was gonna try and come into my house and shoot me and my family or rob me, whatever he was trying to do. I did not know that was gonna happen. So that was just, like you said, a chaotic situation. Somebody came in my house with a pistol and was threatening to kill me and my family and was looking around my house for money and stuff like that. And I protected my family. That's it.
But you knew the person though, right?
I did know him, yes.
Was there drug use or drug possession? Was that part
Yes,
of the situation?
we did deal with drugs with each other, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, and then also you have violation of protective order. You have two different arrests for that. And one of them occurred when the police came for that shooting. They discovered that the victim of the domestic violence was living in the home at the time. Now, so you all knew there was a protective order in place. Why didn't you go back to court to get it resolved, or why were you still living together at the time?
COVID was dragging it on, and we were trying to get the protective order took off, but because of COVID, it was dragging out. We were skipping court dates, and we just basically, I wanted to be in my daughter's life, and we wanted to be back together, and COVID was just making everything take a long time.
One of them is from 2019. The other one is from 2022. It was taking that long. I mean, 2019 is prior to COVID.
Yeah, so right around I think it was 2020, COVID came along, which it had already been about a year that we had a protective order, and then they stopped the court dates, not giving it an excuse to be that it was right. I'm just saying that because COVID, they took a court date, say that was supposed to be in January of 2020 and postponed it until January 2021. So a whole nother year was dragging along.
There is no protective orders in place now. What's your status with the victim?
I don't know. At the time, I've spoken to DCF, but I have not spoken to either my daughter nor the victim.
And when you talk about your daughter, you're talking about your youngest, the 7-year-old?
Yes, my daughter Sophie, yes.
Okay. All right. And you haven't had any contact with her?
No, not since the night of the shooting.
You're currently participating. Well, let me back up a minute. So when all these cases were pending, you were out on bond?
Yes.
Were you doing anything while you were out on bond in terms of programming? And did pretrial services have you doing anything? Were you reporting to them?
I didn't have anything. I was on the bracelet for a little while with the curfew. And then I ended up getting a job when I got off that, and I just was working.
So not attending any kind of counseling sessions or doing anything like that?
I did go to a brief counseling session, but I felt like it was bringing more stress into my life than anything. As I mentally, I was, I healed myself. I feel like I healed myself through what had happened. I felt like going back and talking about it just was bringing back things I didn't need to speak on anymore.
So what incident are you talking about? Because you mentioned I had a lot of trauma to deal with. Are you talking about the firearm incident or the domestic violences? Or your spouses?
More or less the firearm incident that brought a lot of stress in my life. I lost my children. You know, I haven't seen my daughter since that night. So I was dealing with a lot, and I didn't know if I was going to go for a prison to jail for a long time. So I dealt with a lot because of that.
You were also dealing with some substance abuse issues at the time too, it seems.
Yes, but I've been sober since I think April of 2022. Right, a couple months after that whole incident happened, I got sober. I went to a place in it wasn't a rehab, but it was like not a detox either. Just I had a couple mental health issues, and I weaned off the drugs there just by being there, and I haven't touched them since.
Are you doing anything currently to support your sobriety?
Working in the gym. I just go to the gym, that's all.
Well, and we'll get to the community in just a minute. So you're currently in the domestic violence program. How far along are you in that?
I think we're about halfway. I think we're like the 8th or something session of, I don't know how many, but I think we're halfway finished.
Have you done any program like that before? Anything in the community?
No.
No?
No.
No, okay. And what do you think about that program? Is it providing you any sort of resources or things to think about?
You definitely learn a lot, that there's a lot of domestic violence stuff going on in the world, and it makes you open your eyes to a lot of things. There's a lot of things going on in the world.
What does it do for you other than give you a worldly perspective?
It makes me understand the things that you should and shouldn't be involved in when it comes to domestic situations.
Can you give me some examples or be a little bit more specific?
Just be a little more healthy in relationships and walk away from unhealthy ones.
Okay. So the relationship you were in was an unhealthy relationship?
Yes.
And why would you describe it that way? Give me some examples of what's an unhealthy characteristic of that type of relationship.
I think maybe just different perspectives on the way to live and different outlooks on your future. Some people might not want to grow up. Some people might want to, and some people don't want to change. Maybe some people do. It could change the whole dynamic of a household.
So going forward, you're in the community and you're in a relationship with somebody else, or maybe thinking about it. How does that look to you? What is your hope for a healthy relationship?
Well, I'm 40 now, so I would like to get married one day and hopefully live a career-filled, happy life with a significant other. But it looks fine to me. I mean, I don't see anything wrong about.
So let me maybe I'm not asking more specific enough. So when we talk about getting along in relationships, and quite often we hear when somebody participates in domestic violence that they learn about themselves, right? They learn maybe about how they could be a better communicator, or maybe be a little bit more understanding, or learn how to walk away from a relationship that's not healthy. So what is it that you see in a healthy relationship going forward?
Being on the same terms as each other, maybe communicating more, and maybe having the same things to lead you to being content in life and have the same goals that might make things better, you know, being on the same page as each other.
So you'll be in a challenging situation in the community. You want to reconcile with your daughter. You want to see your daughter. You've talked about her quite a bit. How do you see that happening? So, and the relationship with the mother?
I mean, I just would, if I get to see my daughter and speak to her, I would like to just become into her life again and just start being her father again, you know, help her with schoolwork if she needs help with, and take her out places and make sure I take care of her financially, get her school clothes and things of that sort, toys if she needs them, and spend time with her and make sure she knows her father's in her life. And if her mother's around, I'll definitely speak with her, and, you know, hopefully we could raise our daughter together, you know, as a co-parent and be in her life. She needs a father and a mother.
Right. How do people co-parent in those situations? I mean, your relationship with her mother has been difficult for a number of years. How do you see that working that out in the community?
I mean, we're adults. I'm an adult. I mean, I could see her and we could just spend time with our daughter and let our daughter know, hey, we're your mother and father. And, you know, even if we're not together, we could still be with you as parents and spend time with you here and there, you know?
And you took the Voices program. What could you share with us about the Voices program? Why do you think they wanted you to take that?
So learn, I think it was a little bit about trauma and what criminal behavior and being not responsible can lead up to certain things in life that could cause trauma in families and things of that sort.
And go ahead.
I definitely learned from that, you know, if it came to the drinking and driving video that we watched, or the domestic violence videos that we watched. There's definitely things to learn in situations that you can learn from.
Okay, and how do you see yourself fitting into any of those situations? I mean, why do you think they have you participate in that program?
I mean, to learn things, patterns of those type of things that happen that you could actually get involved in yourself. I think that's probably why they would have put me in those classes.
You know, it goes hand in hand with your charge for the firearm. You know, there's a person who's deceased from that. It sounds like there was a lot happening in that situation. And then you're there primarily because of the domestic violence. You know, that there are victims in domestic violence. Who would you see as the victim in your situation?
My kid's mother, my children, and myself. We're all victims in this situation.
And what do you think the impact of domestic violence is on children specifically?
It could lead them to lead down the wrong path and have traits of that type of things in themselves as they get older by witnessing it themselves.
Okay. All right. And to be in the community, we're hoping that you picked up some skills, or you will pick up some skills and strategies from the domestic violence program that will help you manage your behaviors and your emotions in the community. Have you been able to identify some triggers for yourself and ways that you'll manage them in the community?
I mean, I'm still kind of in the course, but I definitely have learned that walking away is a real big thing, and not feeding into things. And definitely don't try to be combative or try to see the other person's side of things too, and don't always just try to combat it.
Okay, all right. And can you look back at your relationship and how these protective orders ended up being put in place? Because there must have been, you know, some sort of a struggle, verbal, physical, between you and the victim. Can you see what your part was in all of that, and maybe different ways of handling it?
Yes, definitely. The situation that originally started the domestic was just it was a simple question and I could have got mad about it. I mean, it was about feeding my daughter and she said that she had fed my kid and she didn't. And I got upset about it, a little more upset than I should have. I shouldn't have got upset at all. I should have just went and fed my daughter myself and left it alone. But it's just a situation that I should have learned, that I now being in here and learning that is something I could have avoided, but I did.
Thank you. That was a good example. Let's talk a little bit about your substance abuse history, because your score of 5, which is the highest in terms of substance abuse, and you haven't done any program for that at the facility. I know you mentioned early on that you went to an inpatient facility and detoxed and took care of it there. What do you think are your triggers in terms of substance abuse?
I'm in tier 2 now. I'm actually in tier 2.
You are? Okay.
Yes. I just started this week.
Perfect. Excellent. Do you know when you might finish tier 2? They give you an approximation?
Middle of February, I think.
Okay. Good. What do you think about the tier 2 program?
I like it. It's definitely, we just started, but I like it so far.
What do you like about it?
It's got a good positive note, and it's showing that you could change your life. You really can.
So I know you're really new in it. Have they talked to you about the beginning thoughts about a relapse prevention plan or a sober plan for the community?
We haven't gotten there yet, no.
Because the goal is that, you'll develop a plan for in the community so that when you're put in difficult situations and maybe you think about using to get away from it all, that you'll have another way to go, right? You'll have meetings. Have you ever done any kind of support in the community?
No, I don't want to be involved with drugs again. I mean, you probably heard 1,000 people say, I have no interest in drugs at all. I did my time with drugs and it's just not something I want to do ever again in my life. I'm not interested in it. I quit myself. I didn't use methadone. I didn't use Suboxone. I quit cold turkey getting off drugs, and I don't ever want to use them again.
So your release plan for the community is to return to Willimantic. Looks like you have a family home you can return to there.
Yes.
Okay, that we've verified. And your employment situation, what are your thoughts on that?
My brother-in-law has his own moving company, and I should be working with him. I'm almost positive I'll be working with him when I get out.
And what's plan B?
I've been a barber for 20 years. I'll be back in the barber shop, if not at the moving company.
Okay. You don't have any disciplinary reports, so it seems like you've tried to do things the right way there. And criminal history is fairly minimal. What do you think you need to be successful in the community?
I need to just be a father and a role model to my children. That's what I need to do.
What do you need to do for yourself?
Take care of my children. That's all I really need to do is take care. I think taking care of my children is taking care of myself.
Okay. So, we often say, that you put on that oxygen mask before you help other people, right? So when you're back in the community, you yourself need to be stable and have all your ducks in a row in terms of employment, a safe place for you to live, treatment if that's what's needed or would be helpful. Mm-hmm. And then the other things will probably find their way in.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Mr. Pohl. I have no other questions.
Thank you, Board Member Sapu.
I'm glad to hear that you're in tier 2 because I had some concerns about your addiction services referral and not having that. So hopefully you can get some good coping strategies from there because as my colleague said, you have ambitious goals and it's very good that you quit cold turkey and have that type of self-restraint, but you're going back into an environment that is not as structured as the one you're in now. So as part of your release plan, it noted that you're going back to the same apartment building where you had previously lived prior to going into prison. Is that true?
Yes.
So in terms of what you're heading back to, are there any potential triggers there in terms of people that you used to hang around with, people who are still engaging in substance abuse, people, places, things that could be triggers for you?
No, the last couple years that I was bonded out before I came to prison, I stayed away. I didn't speak to anybody, no old friends, anything. I really just hung around with my son. He's 19. He lives in the house that's there. I was with him every day, all day for the few years leading up to my incarceration. And that's where I'll be and doing the same thing, spending time with him and working and trying to build life with him. And also my mother and sister live there also. So that's the only people I was around before I was incarcerated. And that's the only people I will be around when I get out.
Thank you.
Mr. Adams.
Yes.
I'm really concerned about the substance use piece, the addiction piece, right?
Mm-hmm.
And oftentimes we see people who, I got this, right? And this is the only thing that I have to concentrate on, right? Yeah, you were close to death at least 3 times.
Yes, sir.
And so your best decision-making got you almost dead 3 times.
I was
right.
Yeah.
So don't you think your kids deserve a father if that's
Yes,
the
sir.
plan? Right. So why isn't that, and there's a couple different ways of taking tier 2, right? One of the ways is going in there like, I already got this. I understand. I'm not doing this anymore. There's not a thing that you can tell me that's gonna ever make me ever do this ever again. Do you know how many dead people have said that? A lot. A lot. Right?
Yes, sir.
And so the thing is that I really hope that you're going into tier 2 and you go from here through tier 2. Like, what is it that I can take from this that is going to help me be a better human being and a better father?
Yes.
And someone who's living in recovery. Because it never goes away.
Yes. Right.
You use one more time. I buried guys that I worked with who used one more time after being without substance for a long period of time.
Yes.
So the vibe I'm catching is that it is one that's almost like, I got this. And I'm really asking you to do yourself and the people that care about you a favor.
Yes, sir.
A huge favor. And go at that tier 2, like, what is it that I can get from here to use in the community?
Yes.
right? So going back to Willimantic, there's a C-Car Recovery Community Center.
Yes, sir. I've heard of it.
It's right on Main Street, right? They have support there 5 or 6 days a week, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's a large number of meetings in Willimantic. And you don't go to meetings because I'm afraid of using. You go to meetings to be around people who are trying to do the same thing that you're trying to do.
Yes.
Live in recovery, be a good person, you know, be a good parent, brother, sister, son, whatever it is, right?
Yes.
It's not about, I need to go to meetings so that I don't drink or I don't drug, right? That's a small piece of it.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm really glad that you're in tier 2.
Yes, sir.
And I'm really hopeful that you can turn this around and take the opportunity to do that, right?
Yes.
Because there's a lot more than working on an egg farm and working for a moving company.
Yes.
And you can do that. So at this point, your portion of the hearing is over. Now you can sit there, the Office of Victim Services is going to give us some input.
Yes.
That you cannot interrupt. And then at the conclusion of that, we're going to talk about your case and we're going to give you a decision, okay?
All right, thank you.
Ms. Hamlet-Williams.
Thank you. Good afternoon again, panel. I did speak with the victim in this case who asked that I relay to the board that she is in favor of his early release on parole. Nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Smith-Palmieri.
Mr. Adams, he is before us for a variety of charges. You know, the criminal possession of firearm is certainly significant. The underlying circumstances are concerning all the way around, you know, firearm in the home where there's a child and then people in the home with firearms posing a threat. The violation of protective orders, the victim seems to be in a better place and doesn't, you know, and is in favor of his release, although, you know, we should not think less of those charges because of that, because he was in violation on 2 separate occasions. He does score moderate for risk to recidivate, and I note that his risks are substance abuse and mental health, which seem to be addressed through programming, through the Voices program, his current program, the domestic violence, and the Tier 2 program. He has had good conduct throughout this term of incarceration with no disciplinary reports. He has a release plan. I think there was some concerns shared about that, which are definitely legitimate in terms of he's going back to the same environment, but it does seem like Mr. Adams has a plan for remaining successful. He has the potential for some employment, and I would be willing to give him an opportunity on discretionary parole contingent upon completion of that Tier 2 program and the domestic violence program.
Board Member Zappas.
I agree, and I would just echo the comments from the panel chairman about using the resources in the community in order to put your best foot forward and do everything that in your head you've outlined as your goals. You don't have to be, you know, strong by yourself. There's a lot of programs that are set up so that you can be successful. And again, if it is really about your son and your daughter, then that's the motivation to do it that way.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Sir.
What would we have him do?
I have no alcohol.
Mhm.
There's a history. Mental health evaluation and treatment, contingent upon completion of domestic violence and tier 2 and community-based treatment for domestic violence, and no contact with the victim, AV.
Is that without PO permission? Based on the
Based upon-
input or no?
I think it's not unreasonable. We can do it
Right.
without PO's permission.
Right,
There is no longer a protective order in place,
right, and the,
and the victim did not
right,
pose any objection
right.
to the discretionary parole.
That,
Yeah, it's fine.
okay, so regarding Chance Adams, 358766, I moved to grant parole on or after, we're February 1st, 2025,
I have 12725.
12725. On or after January 27th, 2025, contingent upon completion of tier 2 and domestic violence, with the following stipulations: no alcohol consumption, mental health evaluation and treatment is deemed necessary, community-based treatment for domestic violence, and no contact with victim AV without parole officer's permission. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Those in favor will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Mr. Adams, you've been voted to parole.
Yes.
Now, there's a contingency here, because we did use your parole eligibility date, January 27th. However, it's contingent upon you completing tier 2 and domestic violence.
Okay.
Okay. So those two programs, once those are completed, then you're eligible for parole. Okay.
Okay.
And the parole officer will explain that more to you and what your conditions are and things like that.
Okay.
But please go out there and engage in community resources. Your
Thank you.
kids deserve that.
I will.
You're all
Thank
set. You'll get all your paperwork next week. This concludes the parole hearing for Chance Adams, 358766. You're all set, Mr. Adams.
Thank you.
Marion, I'll take Agront.
Okay.
Thank you.
It's unmuted.
Just forget to look on the screen. Good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Logan. Today is Friday, December 27, 2024. Inmate Phillip Blizzard 432922 has waived his appearance at this hearing, but the hearing will proceed to set the special parole conditions. Board members, please state your names for the record.
Mike Pohl.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Ellen Zappo Sasso.
Has the board reached a decision?
Yes, regarding Phillip Blizzard 432922, I move to set the following special parole stipulations. Halfway house placement, mental health evaluation and treatment is deemed necessary. Behavior management for anger management, no contact with victim KS, and no contact with co-defendants Tyshad Evans and Keenan Campbell. Is that everything?
Yes.
Those in favor will signify, is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor will signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the stipulations have been set.
This concludes the case review for Phillip Blizzard 432922. Good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Logan. Today is Friday, December 27, 2024. Inmate Patrick Lexis 370866 has waived his appearance at the hearing, but the hearing will proceed to set the special parole conditions. Board members, please state your name for the record.
Mike Pohl.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Ellen Zappo Sasso.
On August 3rd, 2022, the offender was returned to custody for a violation of his special parole. He received a new parole eligible sentence. This hearing is being held so the board can set special parole conditions. Has the board reached a decision?
So our records show that we're good. No, we're good. You can leave them there. You can leave them there.
You can leave them there.
We have end of sentence date right now of January 9th, 2025.
Yes.
Is that our intention to release him on that date?
Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
And I have no alcohol consumption, halfway house placement, mental health evaluation and treatment is deemed necessary, behavior management for anger management, no contact with victims TC and RC, and no contact with co-defendant Nino Neely. Is that correct? Anything further beyond that? That's a co-defendant on the special parole, which is underneath.
The underlying.
Right, the one that he's actually on. He's on it. Okay, is that, do we have everything?
Yep.
So regarding Patrick Lexis, 370866, I move to release on special parole on January 9th, 2025, at the end of his current sentence, with the following stipulations: no alcohol consumption, halfway house placement, mental health evaluation and treatment is deemed necessary, behavior management for anger management, no contact with victims, initials TC and RC, and no contact with co-defendant Nino Neely. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. And the special parole stipulations for Patrick Lexis, 370866, have been set.
This concludes the case review for Patrick Lexis, 370866.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Let me just change my battery.
Don't write.
Huh?
We don't write it.
No. Thank you for your patience with us. We just had a couple of housekeeping things to do.
That's okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Agront.
Good afternoon.
My name is Parole Officer Logan. Today is Friday, December 27, 2024, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this afternoon, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, Mike Pohl.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Ellen Zappo Sasso.
Good afternoon.
State your name and inmate number for the record.
Kevin Agront, inmate number 428648.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Kevin Agront, 428648. He is serving a sentence of 10 years, executed suspended after serving 3 years, followed by 3 years probation for possession with intent to sell, criminal possession of a firearm, a violation of a protective order, and failure to install an ignition device. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of May 28, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows he has completed domestic violence, tier 2. He works as a janitor and he participates in the ongoing program of CLIC. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Agront, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
I have a letter I would like to share with you guys.
Please. Please do.
First, I would like to thank the board for allowing me the time to speak. I've had a long time to sit and self-reflect on self and my choices that got me the time I received. With the help of programs like Tier 2, Domestic Violence, and CLIC, I was able to unlearn some bad behaviors and learn some good ones, and gain the tools and knowledge needed to be a good member of society and a good role model to my kids. Tier 2, I learned about how drugs have a negative effect on the community, different types of addictions, like addictions to money, lifestyles, and substances, and reaching out for help when you need help instead of resorting to your old bad habits is important when trying to stay on the correct path. Domestic violence, I learned about different types of abuse, like physical, mental, and emotional.
and the impact they have on the victim. To walk away from heated arguments and toxic relationships. And communication is key to a healthy relationship. Click, I learned parenting tips and how important it is to lead by example. As someone who lost a parent at an early age, I remember how much it hurt and affected me growing up. I would never want to do anything that could take me out of my children's lives again. In hindsight, I'm thankful for these tribulations. I learned, grew, and became a better version of myself. The old me was very stubborn and hard-headed and was making a lot of rational choices that put not only me, but my loved ones in bad predicaments by having them around the life I was living. I'm done living the lifestyle I was living. My main focus when I re-enter society is to find employment, enter trade school to get a career, and be a good role model to my kids. All I can ask for you guys is consideration to allow me to prove myself today. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Agront. So what we're going to do here, we've read about your background, what's gotten you to disincarceration, what you've done since you've been in, your interview with the parole officer, and your plans for release. Based upon that, we have some questions for you. Then we're going to talk about your case and give you a decision, okay?
Okay, sounds good.
All right. So you had a little bit of marijuana, right?
Yes.
What was going on there?
At the time I was using and selling to provide financially for myself, for the mother of my child, for my kids.
How are they being supported right now?
Their mother supporting them.
And how is she being supported?
She's working. Both of them have two kids by two different mothers.
Okay, both working, both supporting the children.
Yes.
And being what looks like a major distributor of marijuana, I mean, there's a lot of money that they took from there, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
They seized?
Yes. Yes.
Right? And you're definitely on the radar.
Yes.
So coming in and taking the programs that you've taken, it's kind of important. Not just kind of, right?
Yeah, especially tier 2. I feel like I've gained a lot from tier 2. It opened my mindset up about different things.
And what you said there during your remarks was that you learned that drugs do damage to the community.
Yes.
That's an important thing to know.
Yes.
But like you didn't relate it personally. And you have some experience in your past with alcohol, marijuana, and ecstasy, right?
Yes, I've tried ecstasy before, but that was not really something that I indulged in. It was mostly marijuana that I indulged in.
Yeah. So what did you learn for yourself in tier 2?
For myself, I basically learned that there's other ways to cope with the things that I was going through. And at the time, I was using marijuana as a vice because I was going through a lot of things. I've lost my mother when I was younger, back and forth with my father kicking me out. And I kind of was introduced to marijuana the beginning of high school, and I kind of used that as a vice throughout into adulthood to basically, when something is going wrong, that's kind of what I resorted to. But even in prison, I've learned other ways to basically cope with what I'm going through without resorting back to drugs. I work out, you know, I read, and back then, all I really do was to smoke.
Mm-hmm. I mean, there is, I acknowledge your past, your past, you shared about it. So I'm not disclosing anything that you haven't already talked about in this hearing. But, and obviously that creates certain things and, you know, and a need to deal with certain things. One of the things that kind of like, yikes for me was how you wanted to continue to deal with that. One of the things that you told the parole officer was that you wanted to get your medical card.
Yes. Because,
So, go ahead.
well, at the time, every little thing that happened in my life, that's what I would use as a vice to control. What I wanted to get my medical marijuana card for was because I do have PTSD, which I did have a diagnosis for, and I did have my medical card back in 2018, 2019 to basically help me sleep, help me go to sleep instead of just relying on that as something to use every single time something's going wrong in my life. So yes, I wanted to get a medical marijuana card, but I don't plan on indulging how I was indulging in it in the prior.
So, did you learn about addiction in Tier 2?
I've learned about addiction, different types of addiction, addictions to substances, addictions to the lifestyle I was living.
I mean, wouldn't it be something that you might want to talk to somebody about? You know, I just gave up, you know, a sentence of 10 years of execution suspended after 3 with 3 years of probation that was centered in this one thing.
Yes.
So I probably want to try to stay away from this one thing. So maybe I want to talk to a professional about something that would keep me away from this one thing.
You are correct. You are correct.
I mean, it's Tier 2, they teach you, you know, it's like out here, it's like the first one that's like, you know, well, I'm feeling like this. And the last time I felt like this, I just, you know, I took a little bit of this and it, you know, things, you know, right? And, right?
I do realize how marijuana has had a total effect on my life and has got me to where I am today. You are correct.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, you're what you want to do, the other things that are here with your release plan, you know, you talked about a trade school, and I mean, what I read about was you want to get into HVAC.
Yes.
Which is, you know, it's cool. If that's something that you know, something that you can get into and you know, make a decent living to help support your family or your children, you know, that's a good thing, right?
Yeah, that's my main focus.
And you already said that you want to go get some help in terms of dealing with what you got to deal with as well, right?
Yeah, I wanted to seek out therapy and somebody to talk to about the things that I've been through in my childhood trauma and things that I'm going through today.
Right. So, you know, and you know, getting a card isn't the only way of dealing with some things.
You are correct.
Right?
Yeah.
Because one thing leads to another that leads to 11 pounds of marijuana and a 10-year execution suspended after 3-year bid with 5 years of probation, 3 years probation.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. So,
I mean, that would be important, you know? You want to go to Meriden?
Yeah.
And you have a friend there that's willing to support you in terms of sponsorship.
Yeah.
As you go back into the community.
Yeah, give me a place to stay until I get back on my feet. And he's been a good friend. He's on the correct path. He works. He goes to school. He comes back home. And that's somebody I've been talking to my whole incarceration that's been giving me good tips and, you know.
I mean, that's really important.
Yeah.
You know, that's a good person to have in your life, somebody who's doing the right thing, right?
Yeah. and I've exited out the people that were bad influences in my life. And I want to continue to be more around the people that were good influences that try to keep me on the right path, and also meet people that are doing correct things out there, that are focused on working and focused on getting a house, being there for their kids and stuff like that. I see doing what I did has only two outcomes, and that's either dead or coming back to jail. And I already grew up with no parent. I don't want to put my kids through that.
Right. And so it's like that's a positive thing. And you already talked about DV and what you learned in there.
Yeah.
And that's really important to keep track of. Right?
Yes. Yep. Very important.
And you know, with probation or parole, you're going to have to do a piece of that in the community.
Yeah.
Right.
I understand. Yep.
And I'm glad you've taken, you're involved in the CLIC program to get some more skills in parenting.
Yeah.
So I'm going to see if any of the other board members have questions. Okay.
Thank you. Yep. Thank you.
Board member Zappo-Sasser.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Agront, you know, this job that as we sit here is difficult because people come before us and in some cases they tell us what they think we want to hear. And in your case, you know, there was a lot to read. And I have to tell you that some of the police reports read like a made for TV type special. You were not just arrested for drug offenses, having a Glock, ammunition, and drug paraphernalia. You were actually the subject of a DEA task force. In the community, there's something known as nuisance abatement. And when a situation occurs that is impacting other people's quality of life, the police department and municipality in which you live can actually engage with a task force in order to remove the problem. And that's what happened where you were living, is that a group of neighbors had their quality of life impacted to such a degree that the volume of calls that were being recorded at the police department regarding your actions triggered a task force response. And that is not something that happens on a daily basis. So from a severity standpoint, your victim is not only the children that you're missing out on time with, the people that you sold drugs to, but it's your entire community in terms of the lack of quality of life that you are bringing into that complex. Some of your statements that you made during the recorded calls with a person whose initials are SG were unbelievable. In reference to money, you said, that's nothing. I'll make that shit back in a month. And when I get home, this shit's going to go right back to normal. So you're going to need to spend a little bit of time telling me when that mind shift occurred while you were here incarcerated, where you had this moment where you realized that your addiction to this lifestyle, which you mentioned in your opening statement, is not serving you anymore, because there are pages and pages and pages of very dismissive comments about your initial arrest, about you coming right back into the community and starting up again. So let's start there and tell me about that mindset change.
Well, I think that mindset change came with over time. I think that mindset change came with over time. It's been 4 years since I've caught that case. I was very, like I said in my letter, I was very hard-headed. I was very selfish. I thought I knew it all. And that was wrong. When I entered Tier 2, I learned about how drugs not only affect you, it affects the people in the community, everybody around you. Like I've said, I've seen how this type of lifestyle, it only leads to two things. And I don't want to be the reason why I'm a nuisance to the society, or why people don't want to be around me, or why I'm getting looked at different. I was ignorant back then, and coming to jail and seeing and being around the type of people I'm dealing with and hearing stories in tier 2, that's just no longer a lifestyle I want to live. I want to go home and be a family man and do things the right way, and taking the short route, it leads nothing. It leads nothing but destruction.
Okay. So, you know, but what the lifestyle you were living does provide for you is access to large amounts of money. So even if you were to come back into the community and enroll in an HVAC program, which is a very lucrative field, it's going to be a while before you see a return on that investment. So I know that you received a settlement from your mother's estate, but I also saw that you owe back child support, a significant amount. So tell me about how, from a financial standpoint, you see navigating some of those challenges as you begin this next chapter.
I'm just going to go home and work, pick up a job, pick up 2 jobs, however many jobs I need to pick up until I could get into school and I could, you know, pick up that career. I know it's going to take time. This is not going to be an easy road, but it's worth staying out of here. It's worth not being in jail and being able to be around my children and be able to be an active member of society. I've learned that nothing in life, especially when you're trying to overcome things, is going to be easy, but I'm willing to keep on going and keep on no matter how difficult it gets. My main focus is to stay out of jail.
And again, those are all the right words. I just hope that you can put them into practice, because it's going to be a lot more difficult to actually do the work as opposed to envisioning what that work looks like.
I understand.
My last question is, well, actually I have 2. Your last arrest prompted the DCF referral. Has all that been cleared up? Do you have relationships with both of your children?
I've actually gotten a letter in here that told me that I can no longer contact one of them, but I was confused because when I did come to jail and my lawyer had told me, he said that as soon as the case is over with, the protective order would be lifted. So while I'm in jail, we're talking for 8-9 months. She puts a request form in, she puts a visiting form in so I can see my son, and they end up bringing me a letter saying we can't have contact. So I haven't been able to have contact with my youngest for 4 or 5 months because of DOC. My oldest, I call every other day. We have a great connection. Me and her mother get along great. She's been a support system for me since I've been in jail. But our relationship is great. When I get home, I do have to figure out what this whole no communication thing is, because when I did talk to Logan during my interview, she said that she doesn't see no protective order on this no more. But DOC had. Sorry?
I have a note that the protective order expired December 1st. So just the beginning of this month.
She had told me when I came to jail that she had received a letter in the mail saying that the protective order was lifted.
Okay. I think that's definitely something you should figure out. And then my last question is, who is your sponsor that you're going to live with?
I was trying to move with Bernard.
And he's your co-defendant?
No, I don't have any co-defendants.
Well, he's involved in all of the conversations and in all the police warrants. The police warrants. Okay. So you're telling me that he has abandoned the lifestyle as well?
He was never involved in the lifestyle. When I was in jail, I was asking him to do things like get money for me that I had, sell a couple clothes for me that I had. I was buying a lot of designer clothes. He was getting rid of things for me to try to give me money so I could make bond. But he's not involved in that lifestyle. He works in Wallingford as a teacher for special needs kids. He goes to school. He never got no warrant for nothing. That was the mother of my child that had received a warrant where they searched her residence.
Okay, so he is not engaged in any type of behavior, has not had any history, criminal history.
He has no criminal history, nothing.
Thank you.
There's no follow-up. Thank you.
All right. So where there obviously the case is concerning. 11 pounds and $23,000 in a clock is highly concerning, and a task force is highly concerning. You know, he is eligible for parole in May, the end of May.
He's got a 10-year sentence to be concerned about.
Yep. He has 3 years probation that'll start in the end of 2026. He's taken programming in domestic violence at Tier 2, and we talked a little further about Tier 2, more than just drugs do damage in the community. Yeah, he has a sponsor to go out to, obviously, with the convictions. It's tough to gain employment. To go through a temp agency is a smart thing. We talked about continued use of marijuana and exploring other options there. He wants to also engage in therapy. He's had no disciplinary reports while he's been in his past. You know, while there are very problematic convictions there, you know, they're not the worst things you could understand. I would think that having some parole supervision would be helpful in this case, and that between his parole date and his release to probation, he would have monitoring in the community for a decent amount of time, and to see if he can execute on the plans that he wants to execute on. So, open to hearing what other board members have to say in the case.
Well, the domestic violence and the Tier 2 program are both relevant to the programming that I would have hoped that he had taken. So that's good. He's 27 years old, but with a pretty extensive dossier to date. So one would think that with the balance of a 10-year sentence hanging over his head, that the inclination to make good decisions would be the first order if he were to be granted release. I think that there should be some significant conditions attached. In addition to the fact that he has 3 years of probation, I'd like to see some programming continued into the community, including the DV, as well as the mental health evaluation, which he himself referenced that he needs to work through some of his trauma.
Board Member Smith-Palmieri.
So I agree with all that's been said. Mr. Arjeny is certainly involved in a very large drug operation, whether or not, you know, consider marijuana a serious thing. He was very disruptive to his community. Had a firearm, was on probation when he committed this offense for possession with intent. While he was out on bond, picked up a new charge. I do look at that. He is 27 years old, has been in jail since roughly 2020 now, since November 2020. He has no disciplinary reports, as we pointed out, and it was already said too that he's done the programming that I think we would want to see him do based on what the charges are and based on what his history is. I do think that we're hearing offender change. He follows through with it. I think Mr. Arjeny will benefit from that. The community will benefit from that. He's got support in the community. So at this time, I would be in favor of his discretionary parole. And I also had conditions of, he had no alcohol. He's got failure to install an ignition lock, mental health evaluation and treatment, domestic violence, community-based treatment for domestic violence. The woman that had the protective order, I have a no contact. SG.
Yep.
And
3 co-defendants and no operation of motor vehicle without parole officer's permission.
I only have 2 co-defendants.
You only have 2. I have BF, TB, and C.
Well, so BF is the person he says is not a co-defendant for my line of questioning.
I was the only one in this case. I didn't know I had any co-defendants. I was the only one that had picked up for this charge. I was the only one selling drugs.
So who's Tyler and who's Elijah?
Elijah, that's a friend.
And who's Tyler?
That's an old friend from high school.
But on the possession and intent to sell, offense date of 10/8/2020 as listed on this, there's also the person who he says he is going to be living with as a sponsor. His name appears under the co-defendant listing as well, which was why I questioned it.
Right, but at the same time, there's no DOC info on any of those 3.
So is he
which means
listed?
that they weren't admitted to DOC at all.
Right. So are they co-defendants or not?
Board members.
I have them listed based on the review of the disc, and they are. I appreciate that the gentleman he wants to live with is not. He's doing many positive things in the community. They are listed as part of his people he was contacting throughout the prison. I suppose we could not list them as co-defendants and then come back and ask for a case review, or we could go the other direction.
I mean, I listed them, they were in the police report, so that's why I listed everybody, but they weren't convicted of anything, so I always just kind of cover.
Right.
I mean, it's ultimately up to you guys.
That's leave them up.
Yeah, leave them off.
Okay. The others are fine, right?
Mm-hmm.
And SG, is that is SG a mother of
Yes.
one of your children? Yes. Without PO, right?
Yeah, that's one where the protective order has just expired.
Yeah. So general no contact or
No contact without.
or
She is part of that protective order though. Without PO's permission?
well, I'm asking the question because if it's expired, we still want to put it in there as because then PO gets to be involved in that.
Yeah, I think it should be listed as no
general
contact, right, without PO's permission.
Yeah. Is that good?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
So regarding Kevin Agront 428648, I move to grant parole on or after May 28th, 2025. With the following stipulations: no alcohol consumption, mental health evaluation and treatment is deemed necessary, no operation of motor vehicle without parole officer's permission, behavior management for domestic violence, general no contact with initials SG without parole officer's permission. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor will signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Mr. Agront, you've been voted to parole and your stipulation to be explained to you prior to your release. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
This concludes the parole hearing for Kevin Agront, 428648. You get all your paperwork next week, Mr. Agront. You're all set.
Thank you.
Welcome. I will take, who do I have next? Mr. Foote, please.
Mr. Foote, you got it.
Thank you.
Welcome.
The heads up, that's what they've done in the past. But the last time I did it, I just.
Mr. Foote, we'll be with you shortly. Just give us a few minutes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, good. That's it. I just said I. Heads up, it's still working. Said we can think about it. Gas on. But you bring bathroom. Yeah. Send that Jordan. What's the typical time frame? About 10 to 15 minutes. So. So 2 o'clock. I've got all those guys. Don't be going to screw up the company and break it up. Davis is a tough. Kills a problem. Some of you that was kind of like just the same words, but who's the extra kid? They have 2 girls on. Dan and his wife. Sorry, I showed this morning. And it was and academic, Amy and Jordan. Like, the daughter, the younger daughter, it's probably, and then there's some. Yeah.
Mr. Foote, is the door closed?
No, it's cracked, kind of.
Close it, so I don't get, their conversation, please. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Foote.
Good afternoon. How you doing?
I'm good, thank you. My name is Parole Officer Logan. Today is Friday, December 27th, 2024, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. Following board members are present this afternoon by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, Mike Poole.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
And I'm Ellen Zappo-Sasu.
Good afternoon.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Hello, my name is Stanley Foote Jr., inmate number 406530.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Stanley Foote 406530. He is serving a sentence of 4 years flat, possession with intent to sell. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of January 20th, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows he has completed Voices, Tier 2, and he's currently participating in the ongoing programs of Prime and CLIP. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within a high range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Foote, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Hello. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Stanley Foote Jr. I want to take full responsibility for my actions. Parole would be the best thing for me right now. It will help me stay focused and help me transition back into the community, knowing I have to follow all rules given to me and help me with whatever resources that they have. My time being incarcerated, I took full responsibility of all the resources to help me better myself and continue on my personal development. In these such ways, I realized what I was doing was wrong by selling these dangerous drugs and poisoning my environment, being a follower. But now throughout this incarceration, it has helped me take step forth to become a leader and in control of my own life. Getting the job of selling drugs and working for your income, it gives it more personal value by being able to provide for my family and child without the risk of being removed from their life. I want to be a productive member of my community and society as a whole and not one who harms it. Upon my release, I am looking forward to taking advantage of college courses and trade school opportunities at Goodwin University, brought to my attention by Bryan, Sullivan, and Rex. Also, I grew a relationship with the Second Chance Reentry Program while being incarcerated that will help me with resume building, interview preparations, and setting goals, one-on-one counseling, and mental health services, emotional well-being, and personal growth. Once again, I would like to thank the board for giving me this opportunity to be a better man, better father to my daughter that I spent her whole life in here. By making a bad decision I regret every day. I am not the same person I was when I committed this crime. Today, I hope the board could give me a chance to prove my growth and change into the community.
Thank you, Mr. Foote. Have you done this before? Did you have a discretionary parole hearing in the past?
Yeah, in 2021.
Yeah. And so you know what the deal is here. It's no different. We read about your background and what's got you here, and you know what you've done since you've been in, and your interview with the parole officer. Based upon that, we have some questions for you. Then we're going to talk about your case and give you a decision, right?
Yes, sir.
So we have board member Zapo Sasu, who's going to start with questions today.
All right.
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm okay. So I read through a lot of the documents, including going back to some of the older materials. This is your third incarceration, and you're 29 now.
Yes, ma'am.
Right? Okay. And you said yourself that you've been behind bars for your daughter's entire life to date.
Yeah.
So that must weigh heavy on you in terms of, thinking about making a change. It seems that when you were out in the community in Waterbury, you had access to fast cash when you were selling drugs. So there's a lifestyle there. And as I read through what you're hoping to do, one of the letters of verified employment is for Burger King. So tell me about how you can go from being up here with a ton of cash and cars and that lifestyle, and how you've now made that shift to you're going to be okay in Southington, pursuing education and potentially working at a Burger King for money. I want to know the new Stanley and who that guy is, as opposed to the one that I read about.
Well, today for me, I took all these resources and these programs that helped me better myself, as in changing as a man, not being a lead, a follower to everyone else because they're getting fast money. So I need to learn that my daughter is basically at risk because I'm taking these bad decisions by selling these drugs, and I'm off the streets and I'm not in her life. So me working at Burger King is basically it's like a personal value for my money. I'm working for my money, so I don't gotta sell drugs and do all this extra stuff and spend the money fast because I'm working for this hard-earned money that I deserve. I don't want to go back to that.
So you've had other employment opportunities in the past that didn't work out for you. You didn't like them, you left them. So again, tell me why it's going to be different this time if you're out in the community earning a legitimate income where you're paying taxes and contributing to the community. What's different?
I got self-control now, and then me being in the script program helped me change that mind thinking of even selling drugs. Now I want to do the right thing, and I don't want to go back into that environment where I'm in Waterbury and I'm around the same cycle of people. So that's why I'm going to Southern to do a better change myself.
But you still have family that's in Waterbury, right?
Yeah. So like if I would have them try to come visit me in Southern. I don't even want to go to that town anymore.
So Waterbury is definitely something that you've identified as a potential trigger and risk for you.
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
All right. Well, that's good to hear. You know, you're 29 and you have a daughter. And I guess I just keep coming back to the fact that you've spent a decade making bad decisions, but you have your whole life ahead of you.
Yes.
So tell me about the Second Chance program, because that's quite impressive that you're connected to it. What has that done to kind of shape your future in terms of making sure that we never see you sitting in that seat again?
It helped me become like a better man, and like our personal growth. They like basically helped me with one-on-one counseling, interview. I never had like interview preparations, one-on-one counseling, like therapy sessions. So like everything that they have to offer, I've been taking advantage of that to help me like better myself as a man. And I'm looking forward to go to them as soon as I'm upon release, so they can help me with a lot of stuff.
So, Mr. Foote, where did it all go wrong? Like I read that you are a high school graduate, you played basketball, you got good grades. At one point you were being considered for a basketball scholarship, which to me would have been a great ticket out of Waterbury and some of the obviously urban issues that many young men like you face. What happened?
Just like being around the wrong crowd. It was like that environment, everybody that I was around was like selling drugs and doing bad things. And like, I didn't stick to what I know as in playing basketball. Like, I just wanted I see everybody with this fast stuff and not me. I'm taking long to get this stuff by going to certain things, going to programs. So I'm just like, I wanted to do what they was doing. So now I'm in control of my own life. So I'm not even into like being a follower or none of that anymore. I just want to be there for my daughter the right way now.
Okay. That's all I have for right now.
Thank you. Board Member Smith Palmieri.
So, Mr. Foote, you were on special parole when you got arrested for this case,
Yes, ma'am.
right? You were on GPS monitoring when you got arrested?
Yes, ma'am.
I guess I'm interested why that was not a deterrent. You know, being on special parole is a high level of supervision. And when you're on the GPS monitoring device, you know that they can track where you go. So why wasn't that enough of a deterrent for you?
It was just, like my parole officer, she was helping me with the right thing. She wanted me to like go to American Job Center. She wanted me to do everything that was right. It was just, I was not listening. So I was just like, I'm going to go out here and do this. Just trying to be like I was trying to be smart above the system, knowing that even though I got this on my ankle, that they're not going to know what I'm doing. So I was just being hard-headed, knowing the consequences was being incarcerated. So I was just not listening, that I regret every day. Because she was really helping me, like with a lot of stuff, trying to make me go to school. So now I got this opportunity to go to Goodwin University and take trade schools that I really want to take advantage of when I get out of here.
The training that you want to do at Goodwin College would really put you in a whole different trajectory.
Yes.
It would be a great job. So you finished special parole in September 2023, and then did you bond out?
Yeah, I bonded out because I bonded out for a couple months to see my daughter. She was so young, so I wanted to see my daughter, but I had to come right back in here because they basically wanted me to finish the rest of the time that I owe.
And what were you doing while you were in the community?
I was doing landscaping with my uncle. I applied for the Burger King job. I was going to tip agencies, Steadfast. But now that Burger King reached out to my family and was basically giving me an opportunity to work there. I worked at Burger King before in Watertown doing dishwashing and flipping burgers and stuff like that. It was a pretty good job. So I had a little experience with that. So I went there before to try to apply, and they ended up telling me that I could get the job once I'm released. So, and I know the program, the STRIP program, they're going to help me with like work and like interview preparations and everything like that. So
Yeah, it's going to work if you make the effort, right? It's going to be with parole. All those places she wanted you to go to would have been also very helpful for you, because as we've stated earlier in this hearing, you are a very young person and you've got an extensive record for a very young person. So the next time you get arrested, 4 years will probably be 8.
Yes, ma'am. Time for change.
Well, it is time for change. And your girlfriend that you want to go live with, that's the mother of your daughter?
No, that's my girl. She's like, she go to college now. She's doing the right thing.
Okay. Were you seeing her before you were incarcerated?
Yeah, I was seeing her. I met her in 2022, and then I ended up getting incarcerated. And then like she was reaching out to me while I was in here. We built like a bond with each other. She was always like wanting me to do the right thing.
I did read that, she's a positive person in your life.
She's a positive person.
And what about your substance abuse? What have you done to address that? Because I had some positive drug tests for you.
Yeah, I was like smoking marijuana when I was home and doing all that. I'm not even looking forward to none of that anymore. Just trying to be on the right path, because I don't want that to be my downfall when I go home and I'm smoking, and now I'm going back to my bad habits and being around the same people that's doing that things and that lead to bad things. So just want to stay on the right path.
And why do you think smoking marijuana will put you on a bad path again?
Because sometimes it just make you lazy and just make you want to just do extra things with people and be around people that you're not supposed to be around, because now they want to smoke. So now you want to get up with them because they want to smoke weed, and now you both is hanging out, and now you're talking about bad stuff that you used to do and all that type of stuff that I don't want to do no more.
You took the Tier 2 program?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, tell me a little bit about Tier 2 and how you think it's going to change your thinking in the community.
Tier 2, I learned about triggers, bad habits, and just like being addicted to certain things. So I know that would change me in the community by like helping others that's infected to drugs and all these bad things that's going on with the Tier 2 program. I learned a lot in that program.
Were you using what you were selling?
Yes, ma'am. I was bad, dangerous drug.
And what did you identify? Yeah, I wouldn't want you to go back there. So you took the Tier 2 program. And how do you think you'll be able to maintain your sobriety in the community?
Just staying on the right path, just doing everything was right. If I ever in a bad situation, I know I could do one-on-one counseling with the SCRIP program. So they helping me with a lot of stuff right now that's going to help me in the future with my personal development and growth.
How'd you get involved with the SCRIP program?
With the Prime program that I'm in right now, I'm in a Prime program that helps us better ourselves as a man, and it gives us a lot of opportunity to all these different programs in the community and college. They pay for our college and everything. So that's how I learned about the trade school with Bryan Sullivan.
And what will it take you to get into the trade school? Have you explored that at all?
Yeah, it will take me as soon as upon release. Monday I'm having a meeting with him here, so they're gonna go through everything. They're gonna tell me what do they have to offer, and then what do I want to do, and then once I'm released, I just have to meet up with him, and then go sign up for the school. So I'm gonna do that upon release.
Because I was going back through your file, and we granted you parole last time.
Yes, ma'am.
And here you are again.
Yeah, it's a difference.
it's a difference. I changed my whole thinking, and everything is on my favor right now, on my side. I just hope you guys could give me another chance to prove to you guys that everything has changed for me, and I'm willing to be a better man and make better opportunities for myself.
All right, Mr. Foote, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Board Member Smith Palmieri. I don't have any questions. Board Member Zaposas.
So this is Mr. Foote's third incarceration. He's only 29, so he's spent a significant amount of his 20s behind bars. Today, we've heard that he's taken full responsibility for his actions and the impact of drugs in the community. He's taken responsive programs, including Tier 2, Voices. He's participating in Prime, as well as the CLIC program to try to maintain a bond with his 3-year-old daughter while he's incarcerated. Of note, he's had 0 disciplinary reports during this period. And that's good. He has failed community release twice, so hopefully, you know, that mindset of him telling us that he would like to change has been illustrated through his behavior during this period of incarceration. I am concerned about the failed community supervisions in his past. He has stated that he is a changed man and he is not interested in substance misuse and or the lifestyle associated with what he came from. He's identified Waterbury as a risk. He has made arrangements to be released elsewhere, and there is a promise of employment from Burger King, as well as the promise of potential career change with Goodwin University if he were to pursue that through the second chance opportunities that he's been given. I mean, I think at this point, Mr. Foote, this is what we call the proverbial 3 strikes and you're out. If we were to grant you discretionary parole today, I think you need to understand that if you were to come back another time, that it would not be met with such generosity and understanding based on your past performance. But what you've done shouldn't define who you can be. And so I am willing to go forward with putting forward that I'd be in favor of a discretionary release. But I really hope that the words that you said today were just not meant for us, but that you actually believe them, and that with the supports that you have in place, that you actually follow through, and that you turn this around, and that you can actually, without going back to Waterbury, be an inspiration for others who may see themselves entering the cycle that you did in order to help maybe prevent that for other young men who face these same challenges.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it.
Board Member Smith Palmieri.
I agree with board members Salsa, and also that he has no supervision to follow.
Right.
I think for a few reasons. One is, I mean, he doesn't have a great track record on supervision, but there is that piece of public safety that needs to be addressed. And I also think that he does have big plans and appears to have matured and see the benefits of taking advantage of the help. So I would also be in favor of discretionary.
Absolutely. I like the Goodwin deal and Pursuit. You know, life can be very different in a very short amount of time for you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
In terms of conditions, I would like to see a mental health evaluation and treatment. And there is also no contact with co-defendant Greg Ventura, which dates back to 2014, but I don't know if that would carry forward or not.
Is it on the current case? We could do a general no contact if it's not on the current case.
Do we even want to do that? That goes way back, right?
Well, is it when he was on special, was he part of that whole special parole case?
Well, that's over.
Yes,
Yeah, special.
it's done. Okay.
So it's like it would be related to the possession more than time.
So mental health evaluation, doesn't need a halfway house.
And we're at 1/20/25. Okay, so in regard to Stanley Foote, Jr., 406-530, moved to grant parole on or after January 20th, 2025, with the following stipulation. You will have a mental health evaluation and treatment as deemed necessary and standard parole conditions. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Mr. Foote, you've been voted to parole, and this board has a lot of expectations for you. Get out there and do it right.
Thank you, sir.
You're all set, Mr. Foote. You'll get all your paperwork next week. This concludes the parole hearing for Stanley Foote, 406-530. You're all set, sir.
Appreciate it.
I don't have a problem with this.
I got tongue-tied on your name, sorry. But
It's okay. Everybody does.
so I forgot that.
Marion, I will take green, please.
Just say Zappo, it's easier.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Green.
Good afternoon.
My name is Parole Officer Logan. Today is Friday, December 27th, 2024, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this afternoon, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, Mike Paul.
Good afternoon, Deborah Smith Palmieri.
And I'm Ellen Zappo Sasu.
Good afternoon.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Carllington Green, inmate number is 438-568.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Carllington Green, 438-568. He is serving a sentence of 10 years, executed suspended after serving 27 months, followed by 3 years probation for sale of a narcotic substance, and then he has a violation of probation. The underlying charge is larceny fraud public. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of March 21st, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows he has completed voices. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Green, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
I wrote a letter.
Please read it.
Good afternoon, Carllington Green. I'm serving a 27-month sentence for sale-related charges in the city of Hartford. I want to begin my statements by first apologizing to the community for helping spread the destruction of what drugs bring to my community. Secondly, I want to apologize to my aunt, Siesta White. She helped raise me once my mother passed away when I was around 8 years old. By the time my mom passed away, my dad was deported in Jamaica nearly 4 years. My aunt provided as much as she could for me, and I know I let her down by the choices I made through being in the streets. There's no excuses for my behaviors or decisions to selling drugs. I accept full responsibility, and I believe the sentence I received helped to show me this is not the life I want to live. I talked to several inmates throughout my time in prison. Some of them have spent most of their life in here. As sad as those conversations get, they each remind me of how easy it is to get caught up in a life that I don't want to be in part of. I really want throughout those talks, I have been urged to take advantage of my youth. I'm only 22 years old and I don't have no kids. I plan on taking that advice very seriously. I had given some deep thoughts into my reentry plan. I have finished high school. I plan on obtaining my driver's license and then my CDL. I want to begin my career driving trucks next year. In the meantime, before I get my CDL, I gotta plan to work at Amazon with my cousin Josh. He's a manager there. There I will get my own apartment outside the city of Hartford. Ultimately, once I obtain my CDL, I want to begin my career in life in Texas. And lastly, I wanted to make my aunt proud, and she has sacrificed a lot to give me a life I have yet showed the proper gratitude for. She stuck by me even when I may not deserve it. So a big part of me plan on doing is to show her I am a much better man than I was showing her before I came in here. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Green, we have read about your background, what's brought you to this incarceration, what you've done since you've been in. Based upon that and your interview with Parole Officer Logan, we have some questions to ask you. And we're going to take turns doing that, and then we're going to talk about your case and give you a decision, okay?
Okay, sir.
And we're going to start with Board Member Smith Palmieri.
Thank you, Mr. Cole. So, Mr. Green, nice job on your opening statement. You have some very reasonable goals that are certainly so achievable for you, a 22-year-old young man. I was reading through your file, and I have a couple of questions that I want to ask you. And one is that you were on probation, and the underlying charge was a larceny second, where you guys were selling a car and then took the guy's money that you were selling the car to, right? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And while you were on probation, you get arrested for selling drugs, but you were also using drugs while you were on probation. And you were not quite on probation for a year. So tell me what was going on with probation. What did probation have you doing in the community?
The community, my probation officer, I could say he's pretty fair. He had me doing drug program instead of violating me and stuff. He was trying to help me with my drug addiction because I did bring it to him. I do have a habit. I do Percocet, so he put me in drug programs, and he was trying to make me look for better help, like to help me. So my plan is I ain't trying to use no more drugs no more, because like I said, I want to get my CDL. You ain't gonna get no CDL doing drugs.
Right.
And I learned how to cope with it.
What do you mean you learned how to cope with your drug use?
I know how to cope without it. That's what I mean to say.
I see. Okay. So he had you in a drug program, an inpatient or an outpatient program?
It was an inpatient, an outpatient program. That's the one I just go and I leave.
Okay. So yes, that is an outpatient. So tell me what you learned from that program.
Different ways to like cope without it, like going to the gym, I like playing video games. Not like the urges, not to have urges, cravings, stuff like that. They teach me how to if you got cravings, what to do, like do basic stuff to distract you from falling, relapsing into doing what you was doing.
Okay, all right. So were you using drugs while you were selling drugs?
Yes, ma'am.
And you were on probation. You have not done a drug program while you've been incarcerated. It's not on your OAP. Do you know why? Did they talk to you about doing a drug program at the facility?
No, they didn't talk to me about no drug program at all.
Okay. So you were selling drugs and you told parole officer that you were selling drugs so you needed money for rent. Yet when they arrested you, you had $2,000 on you.
Yes, ma'am.
That's a lot of money for rent.
I have rent and I pay I live alone, so I was paying rent. My rent is like $900. Then I pay for utilities and stuff like that.
How come you weren't working?
I was working. I had a little the job I was working for. It was like a temp agency, so the hours isn't guaranteed. I'll get lucky if I get a call and they tell me I gotta come to work. It wasn't like a guaranteed, or you come to work from Monday to Friday. It was like a temp agency.
I heard you talk about Amazon in your opening statement. Why didn't you look to see about a job at Amazon?
I was working at Amazon at one point, but I got laid off. But now that I passed the 6 months suspension, I could work there again.
And then you've had a couple of tickets since you've been in.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you having some trouble settling in?
Now, when I first got here, I was with my friend and we caught. I didn't know you could get a fighting ticket for horse playing. I was horse playing with the fighting ticket. Then the tablet, I broke the tablet by accident. I had to pay a restitution $100. And then the last ticket I caught was with my friend, Mr. Blizzard. I ain't seen him in a long time. We was just talking. I guess we were being loud, and I got a ticket for being loud. All of them I took accountability for. I was wrong.
And you did take accountability for them.
Yes.
And I appreciate you kind of explaining things. I was reading the tickets and I said to myself, you know, it's not summer camp here. You know,
Yes.
It's all things that you're doing that are done by young people who are, you know, hanging out in the community, and that's not the place you are.
Yes, ma'am.
Where you are is a serious spot for that you need to be thinking about what your life where you want to go and what goals you have.
Yes, ma'am.
I like your idea of trying to get your CDL. Do you have a driver's license?
No, that's one of the first things I'm trying to obtain when I go home. That's the first thing I'm going to look for is getting my permit so I could go to school. I'm kind of upset I didn't have my license now because they got programs in here that would have been helping me while I was in here. Instead of me wasting time, I could have been doing something productive as to getting my CDL. So when I could go back in order, I was just really able to take my test. But I didn't know you got to have your license in order to take the classes here.
What else do you think you could be doing to make yourself a couple of steps ahead in the community? Any other programs you could be participating in?
I mean, I feel like the voices covered everything, as in drugs, what drugs do to people, what the drugs people go stealing from their own family to support their habit. I wasn't thinking like that, you know. And to the voices, they made me understand, like, from the person's outlet, like how drugs destroy the community and stuff. People steal, breaks people's family away from them, stuff like that. So I wasn't really taking that into consideration until I took the voices.
Well, I'm thinking you need a drug program. What do you think? Maybe the Tier 2 program?
I could do that.
Right. And you mentioned your aunt a couple of times. Does she live in Connecticut?
Yes, she lives in Connecticut.
Okay. And she's still around?
Yes, she's still around.
Have contact with her?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. And your cousin said you could come and live with her?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. All right, Mr. Green, thank you. Well said, Mr. Green.
Board member Zapo Sasu.
Okay, so can we just spend a few minutes going over your release plans? Because you have mentioned a few different things, including your cousin, Miss Jones. Are you still with Miss Jones in a relationship?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, because you had mentioned possibly going to Springfield. Is that where she's still located?
No, I'm not going to Springfield. My girlfriend lived in Springfield, but I'm going to my cousin's house, Pearson, Rochelle Pearson.
Okay. Now, you had also mentioned at some point in some of the documents I read about Georgia, and now you've mentioned Texas.
No, I was talking about Texas. I want to go to Texas.
Okay, what's in Texas?
I just want to start different scenery. I want to leave Connecticut. I want to just change my scenery.
Okay. In terms of, you're a graduate of Bloomfield High School, right? Did you graduate?
Yes, ma'am.
So in terms of the CDL program, is that something that you're going to do at night while you're working, or how do you see that factoring into your schedule?
I was thinking probably, I was planning on working at Amazon the night shifts. So I'll work at night, go to school in the morning, in the daytime. From Amazon, it's from 6:30 to like 6:30 in the morning. So I'll probably work at night and then go to school in the morning, get a little rest before work, stuff like that.
Okay. Because the CDL program is it's hard. I mean, there's a lot to learn. Not just the driving piece, but the safety piece, and there's classwork that goes along with it. So I think that especially if you're interested in traveling the country, it's a great program for you, but it's not without its challenges. So from a release plan, you need to have reasonable goals, and getting situated in the community, finding employment. Just don't bite off more than you can chew in terms of then starting something as aggressive as a CDL program until you know that you're stable and there's things going on. Because, you're in a very structured environment right now, and coming back out, you're going to have a lot of things to put in place, including getting your license and everything else. So I think it's important for you to talk to us about how you're going to set those goals, because there's both short-term goals and there's long-term goals.
Correct.
How did you get hooked on Percocet? Were you just experimenting, or was that a result of injury of some sort?
I was experimenting.
Okay. And how'd that work out for you?
Not pretty good at all.
I agree with what you've heard from my colleagues already, that your commitment to remaining substance-free is really something that needs to be your priority, because it's going to color everything else if that doesn't work for you. Employment, school, you're never going to get a CDL license, or frankly, a regular driver's license, if there was any type of shadow like this over you.
Right.
That's all I have.
Board Member Smith Palmieri.
So I like what I hear from Mr. Green. I think he is thinking about his future and what he needs to do to be successful. He is only 22 years old. I think, he learned what we wanted him to learn from the Voices program. That's very clear. He's on a waiting list for a job. I know that addiction services is not on his OAP, but I believe that for him to have the best opportunity for success in the community, he should, at a minimum, complete the Tier 2 program. He was I give his probation officer credit, he was in the community, he was trying to get him through a program. He seemed to still struggle with it. So I would like to bring Mr. Green back in June, so that's about 6 months, and have him do the Tier 2 program. Not have any more disciplinary reports. And maybe he can firm up his release plan in a little bit more detail.
I'm concerned about the release plan as well, so I can be on board with those.
So, release plan.
Tier 2.
free disciplinary reports, tier program, and any other positive programming?
Any of the positive program, right?
Okay.
I mean, if he can get involved when we reentry programs while he's there.
That would help him.
If we
That would
did,
grease the skids for on the way out, getting connected to a program, right?
absolutely.
Good.
He's young. Mr. Green would definitely benefit from some reentry services.
So, Mr. Green, we see a lot of things we like, but we want you to do a little bit more work before we send you out there.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
So what we're gonna do is we're gonna deny parole today. We're gonna ask you to come back in June, and we want you to take a tier program, which Counselor Rex.
Yes.
He runs a good program there, right?
Right.
So go see him with that. Yeah.
I want to just make this clear. My problems, if it shows on my probation report, I stopped. They was put me back in the program the day I got arrested. I had stopped completely because that was a part of my conditions while I was out in the community, not to be on no substance. I was getting drug tested. I wasn't on no substance before this arrest. That's all I wanted to bring clear to the record. I did mention it to Miss Logan. I was on a bracelet. I had a bracelet GPS, and I was reported, and I had to use the urine. I wasn't on no substance, so I was clean off the substance for like thing, because I was gonna go into an inpatient program, but they put me in the inpatient program because I was allowed, because I wasn't clean. I was clean for so long they wasn't gonna put me in the inpatient program. So I want to make it clear for the record, I wasn't on no drugs for a long time. Been for a long time, over 6-8 months.
So that's good, but there's certain things that you can learn in a program,
right,
that can help you when you're released, right? Help you get support or stay connected to support that you need. One of the other things that is important to us, right? When you come back in June, it'll be 10 months since your last DR, right?
Okay.
And that's another piece that's part of this, because, it's like last March there was a ticket, and then last April there was another ticket, right? And then August, yeah. So that was the 10 months was the August ticket, right? So, so that's what we're gonna do, okay?
All right, thank you.
But want to acknowledge that we see the growth, right? And we want you to continue to head in the right direction, all right? So regarding Carllington Green, number 438568, I move to deny parole at this time based upon inadequate institutional program participation and or institutional adjustment. And to rehear this case in June of 2025, at which time we would like you to remain disciplinary report free, complete a tier program and any other positive programming that you can complete, and come up with a release plan. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Mr. Green, the other piece of this I just want to explain real quick is the release plan. It's like you say you want to do a CDL program and stuff like that. And there's also some reentry programs. I know you want to go out to your cousin in Hartford, right? Hartford has a reentry program that would be really good for you to get connected with, that can help you with the stuff that you need on the way back into the community, right? So investigate some of that stuff and come up with a plan for when you go out, and maybe take a look at, I know that unemployment, you said that you'll take a look when you get out. Well, what are some options that you might have, right? When you do get out, how are you going to go get that job, right?
All right.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So we will we'll see you back again in June.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
You'll get all your paperwork next week. This concludes the parole hearing for Carllington Green, 438568.
It's degree.
Marion, I will take Rhault. Thank you.
Who's going to speak the chair? Let's start.
Good afternoon, Mr. Rhault.
Good afternoon.
My name is Parole Officer Logan. Today is Friday, December 27th, 2024, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this afternoon, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, Mike Pohl.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
And I'm Ellen Zacco Sasu.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Scott Rhault, 240-650.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Scott Rhault, 240-650. He is serving a sentence of 5 years followed by 5 years special parole for 3 counts of burglary third. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of April 17, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows he has completed good intentions, bad choices, and he's currently in voices with an anticipated completion date of January 23rd, 2025. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Rhault, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Good afternoon. As she said, I know I have a high rate of recidivism, and I've done a lot of thinking on this time, the 2 years I've been in, and I've looked into possible treatment programs, and I provided Ms. Logan with the group therapy called sorry, I'm trying to forget the Wheeler Clinic adult reentry program for behavioral treatment. And it's something I just recently found out that they have and I never knew about. And that's something I'm very interested in doing because, as you all know, I'm about to be 46 and I'm tired of doing this. I'm tired of being a disappointment to my kids. And as I don't know if you had the letters or not, I want to be able to be out there, do the treatment work, and try to put my daughter through college and try to be a father to her and possibly future grandkids. And just, I want to do what's right for her. I have a job waiting for me. And my previous time home, I had every intention of doing everything right. I just fell off the wagon, I guess you could say. And I don't want to repeat my actions. I want to do the right thing. And that's why I would like to seriously do the Wheeler Clinic program, if that's a possibility, because I know they have DOC and parole referrals. And if that's an option, I would definitely take that.
Is that it, Mr. Rhault?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. You've been here before. So you know what we do here. We read about your background. We read what you've done since you've been in. We read about your interview with the parole officer. and based upon all of that information, we have some questions, and then we're going to talk about your case and make a decision, okay?
Yep.
So, I guess, my first question is, what's going on with all the burglaries?
I guess it's not drug related or anything like that. I don't have drug habits, never have. It's more like an adrenaline rush I get from it, and it's more like that's a form of addiction for me. And that's one reason why I mentioned the Wheeler Clinic program. Mhm.
So it's just a rush for you.
Yep.
So you haven't used any substances in how many years? How many years has it been?
Going on 24 years now.
24 years not using any substances. Okay, and then what we do is, in order to satisfy our needs, we go out and we commit burglaries. And we commit burglaries while we're on parole for committing burglaries.
Yes.
Pretty much got that straightened out?
Yes.
Okay. You've been on supervision 9 times, failed 7.
It hasn't been, I don't think it's that many times.
Well, I mean, when we look at when so just one is release the community, release technical violation, that's a failure. Released again, abscond, that's another failure. So you can fail multiple times while you're on supervision, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
On one supervision.
Yeah.
Okay? You don't just get supervision and then you can, and the big thing that's bothering me about this whole thing is you're on parole for burglaries, and then before your special parole can even start, you're already back for burglaries. Okay. So I read about that. I mean, it's great that you've understood what's up with that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what to tell you, but the whole addiction piece, when I look at suitability for parole, I need to make a decision that I believe that you are able to go back out into the community and while on supervision, not commit another offense.
And that's not to, I don't mean to interrupt you, but that's why I was asking for the therapy, because I never knew about this program before. And like I said, I'm 100% serious about this therapy, whether it's inpatient or outpatient, whatever I have to do, I'm willing to do it. And I don't want to do this anymore. It's just unfortunately, sitting here is not doing me any good. And if there's a place that offers me help, I would like to take that opportunity if I can.
That's that pretty much there's a difference, between discretionary parole and special parole, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
We have to put you out on special parole, at least initially. Right? Discretionary parole, I'd get back to what I said before. I got to be willing to believe that you're not going to commit another offense.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yep.
And honestly, with the description that you've given me, addiction or not, I can't come to the place where I believe that you're going to be released without committing another offense, because you say you're addicted to committing these offenses.
Well, and that's where the therapy comes in. I understand where you come from is thinking that way, but then that's where the therapy comes in. That's if I could do that and find out the root cause of why I've been doing this, besides the adrenaline rush, and get treatment for it, maybe my life can change for the better.
Absolutely. Think that's great. I also think that tier 2 in there would be a great place for you to start.
I've completed that program in the past, and unfortunately, with that they focus mainly on drugs and alcohol in that program, and it's just
I mean, you're trying to sell something to somebody that understands addiction. What they teach in that program is alternatives to doing what you're doing. It's an addictive behavior. That's what they teach. If you go into the program and you say, this is all about alcohol and drugs, all you're going to listen for is, oh, there they go again. Oh, there they go again. And you miss the things that they present to you that are alternatives to what you're doing. Because if I'm in a place where I think that I need to go commit a burglary in order to get a rush so that I can be okay with myself, it's not, I mean, you just don't have enough there. Right?
Yep.
And the sad part about it is I read, this is one of the parole summaries that I've read, where it's like he's got experience in construction and welding and small engine repair and iron work. All of those things can be a lucrative kind of thing. You can sustain your life if you get a career in one of those things.
I have a career, and that's what I do that's the job I have waiting for me at home. And work has never been an issue for me. I've always worked my whole life. And
I get that. I get that. What we're not willing to address is what's going on with behavior.
Yeah, and that's why I told Ms. Logan I found out about the Wheeler Clinic program, and that's why I want to take advantage of that. I said I told my kids this. I'm dead serious about the Wheeler Clinic. Whether if it's inpatient or outpatient, I'm willing to do this. So I'm willing to put in the work.
I'm gonna pass it along to other board members to see if they have anything. Board member Zappo-Sasso.
In your interview with the parole officer, you referenced that you've been engaging in this type of behavior since you were a teenager. Do you recall anything as to what possibly triggered this for you? I mean, was there a traumatic event, or was it a small success with stealing something that you felt that rush? Just kind of talk to me about the mental piece of that and how that came to be.
The first one that was started off, it was I know this is going to sound weird, but it was an accident. It wasn't intended. And I broke a glass at a business, and I ran. When the cops didn't come, I went inside, and that's when I got a substantial amount of money, and that's when I felt a rush from it, and that's when it started. And then it just snowballed from there.
And did you or anybody else ever try to talk to you about it, or how was it well known? Did your parents know? Who knew that you had this problem that was causing you to break the law starting as a teenager?
They didn't know until I think about a year and a half, 2 years later. And I went to Hartford detention, then I went to a group home, And they tried medication, but come to find out the medication that they tried wasn't designed for someone like me. They said it was a chemical imbalance and the medication didn't do anything. And they didn't do nothing else.
So it persisted, and then you would graduate to do other larcenies and robberies. And at some point you got married, you had kids, and you still had this kind of side thing happening. And did your wife know about it? Did she understand that you struggled with this?
Yeah, she knew, she was aware of it, but when the things were happening, she wasn't aware of it at the time. But obviously when she learned of it, she knew after that it was a battle.
Yeah. Okay. So inside where you are right now, you've taken the good intentions, bad choices, and you've taken voices. Has there been any insight in those programs that have helped you kind of shape what has motivated you with this? Or do you think these programs are not intensive enough for what you believe you might need?
They've helped. I don't want to downplay it.
No, that's okay. I want to know what you need.
Yeah, they helped a little bit, but more intensive would be more helpful. The subjects that they cover on, I'm aware of, like, especially with what I'm now doing now, voices. I'm aware of like how it affects people, this and that. But unfortunately, when I go out to do these things, I kind of, I guess you could say, get tunnel vision. Like the thought process goes out the window. And unfortunately, the thought of repercussions don't come until afterwards. And that's where I have a major problem with.
So my colleague, Mr. Pohl, talked about the suitability factor, about how we evaluate people ready for release. There's another side to that as well, and that is the risk to public safety. So you've committed, years worth of robberies, some of which it appears that you may not have been caught or convicted for. And in none of those has there been a loss of life or an injury or anything involving people. Am I correct on that?
Yes.
Okay. So have you ever thought about if you had, broken into that one of the smoke shops, shall we say, and you encountered people there? I mean, how do you think that would have altered? Would you have been so tunnel vision at that point that you would have done what you needed to do in order to accomplish that robbery, or how would you have reacted to that? Have you ever thought about that?
Kind of, but when it comes to interactions with something like that, or even just like fights in general or violence, I avoid conflict like that. So I would never physically harm anybody. I never have, never will. So chances are, if something like if an issue would have came up with something like that, bumping into somebody, I'm willing to say 100%, I would have turned around and left. I would never like physically threaten anybody or harm anybody.
Is that why you really kind of structured this around late nights and middle of the night so that you would not run into people in order to do this?
Yes.
So the Wheeler program that you have investigated, what are the main points of that? What attracted you to that in terms of you think that might be helpful?
They offer a behavioral treatment program, and all the other places that I've been to, as a juvenile, even the mental health evaluation I did when I was in the halfway house, they never offered anything like that. They just wanted pretty much a mental health evaluation, and someone like with my situation, with my charges, I don't want to get loopholed into I get stereotyped as having a drug habit because it's my type of crime, and I don't want to get that label on me, because that's not who I am. It's just I want to find someone or someplace that actually has that type of treatment for me.
That's all I have for right now.
Thank you. Board Member Smith Palmieri. I do want to. So Mr. Agront was on parole, burglary thirds, when he was charged with additional burglary thirds before his special parole could even start. I appreciate the fact that he found a program at Wheeler Clinic. For me, it's like I don't have any confidence in the fact that we release Mr. Rhault back into the community and he doesn't commit more burglary threes relatively quickly. We're dealing with addiction. We have a relapse. It's not just a relapse, it's a criminal offense. Appreciate what he just said in terms of his selection of times and places. However, it's a burglary three. Straight up, I can't vote somebody to parole where I have like almost no confidence for the fact that he's going to reoffend. I more than willing to listen to other board members.
So this was a difficult read, and I came in here not really having a clear idea about what I would do. But I think, you know, this is his fourth incarceration for property crimes. And it seems to me that in order to break the cycle, something different has to happen. And I'm wondering, and I'm new here, so I don't know if there's any way where we could possibly allow a discretionary parole with the Wheeler treatment, understood, mental health monitoring, but could there be electronic monitoring? Could that possibly be a deterrent?
We can't do that.
Well, that's not something that we.
Who does that?
Parole, that's up to.
Parole and community services.
Yeah.
Part of DOS.
Because it just seems that I don't know what else he can get while he's here. And I appreciate the fact that there's not a reputation here that we can fall back on in terms of that. But the voices and the good intentions, bad choices seems to be very low level for what he possibly needs. And as we know, addiction, no matter whether it's a alcohol problem or substance misuse, it's a disease. And that is not a program that is addressing what he needs. And I don't know, even if he were to do tier 2 and come out equipped with strategies, I don't know that it's enough. And I don't know that he can get what he needs in order to break the cycle within this institution. So I'm betwixt and between on this one, so to speak.
So I do not have Mr. Rhault voted to parole today. I appreciate that he's starting to get some insight into his own behaviors. He was out on discretionary parole or community release, actually, he was released to supervised parole in February, arrested again in December. So he was out roughly 8 months. And that was for 6 burglaries, and they were separate offenses. So it was 4 counts on one, then 1 and 1 on another. I counted 14 prior burglary thirds, including the ones that he had not started special parole for yet. He scores high for risk to recidivate. You know, he's 45 years old. At some point, you would think he'd begin to age out of it. They're really, you know, one of the explanations was money to purchase a truck. I mean, I would agree that there's not a lot of programming left for him to do. So I'm really looking at it as a public safety issue at this point. The fact that he does score high and there is a high risk for him to recidivate, as he had not even started the term of special parole yet. And it just happened when he was out on discretionary parole. So I do not see him suitable for discretionary parole today.
With your experience, do you see anything that he can do in DOC that would make him any more further along than?
No, he's a mental health score 1.
Right.
I do think that, you know, he'd benefit from some cognitive behavioral type therapy.
Yeah.
I don't know anything even about the Wheeler Clinic to say that that's appropriate. I appreciate that he's done some research on his own. We appreciate when individuals come forward. You know, I really, my rationale is a public safety issue. It's not even I mean, he's neutral for offender change. I think he's got some insight. I'm not sure that it weighs to the other side of lowering his risk to recidivate. At 45, still scores high. You know, I think that's concerning.
Right. So, so there's nothing for him to do to bring him
back.
Mhm.
Thresholds, is that, I'm not even sure that's.
What was that?
Thresholds. You know, that is a program that would address what he seems to have identified as his needs. And he's right, he's done the tier programs before. I mean, my position is just a public safety issue.
That's what it is. I mean, that's.
He's in one time to end a sentence.
Yeah, I mean,
But he was out.
That's it, but
he was out on
he earned it.
Discretionary parole, had not even started
Right.
the special parole term.
Yeah.
And we're back.
Yeah, he earned it. So I have no alcohol, halfway house, mental health evaluation and treatment is deemed necessary.
I think the mental health cover Wheeler Clinic, that's
Yeah, and
going to work out.
we have criminal history, current offense committed while on parole.
Yeah.
So that's
I think more than sufficient.
Okay, so regarding Scott Rhault, 240650, I move to deny parole based upon criminal history and current offense committed while on parole. And further to set special parole stipulations of no alcohol consumption, halfway house placement, and mental health evaluation and treatment is deemed necessary. Is there a second?
Okay.
Those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Mr. Rhault, we're not able to give you parole. We've set your stipulations. And we hope that you go out and do the programming that you found, and that you can stop doing what you're doing. So that's all.
This concludes the parole hearing for Scott Rhault 240650. You'll get all your paperwork next week. Good afternoon, Mr. Rivera.
Good afternoon.
My name is Parole Officer Logan. Today is Friday, December 27th, 2024, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this afternoon, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, Mike Paul.
Deborah Smith Palmieri.
And I'm Ellen Zappo Sasu.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Joanberto Rivera, 416190.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Joanberto Rivera, 416190. He is serving a sentence of 15 years, executed suspended after serving 5 years, followed by 5 years probation for corrupt organization and racketeering act and larceny second. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of May 29th, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows he has completed good intentions, bad choices. He's currently participating in domestic violence with an anticipated completion date in January. He participates in the ongoing program of CLIC, and he works as a janitor. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the high rated risk for recidivism. Mr. Rivera, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Thank you for allowing me this opportunity to speak before you today. I've had a lot of time to reflect on my life and where I went wrong. My goal today isn't to make excuses or justifications for my actions. I accept responsibility for my poor decision-making that has led me to my incarceration. When I thought of what my life would be like, I never expected that it would turn out the way that it did. However, the impulsive and irrational decisions I chose led me into a life of despair. It's taken me to lose everything to finally comprehend the lesson in what life has taught me. I surrounded myself with individuals, places, and things that weren't conducive to my life, in which led me to be sitting before you today. The unwise idea of being accepted and feeling like I had something to prove forced me to make the poor decisions I made. As I matured into the man I'm becoming today, I came to the realization that this cycle would become my life if I don't alter my way of thinking. I understand that my purpose in life is way more than just time spent incarcerated. I think about the burden I've caused my loving family. Words can't begin to describe the level of embarrassment I feel. I have 2 sons and a daughter, as well as several stepkids that also look up to me, and they all hurt every day. They deserve a father they can be proud of, look to for advice, guidance, support, a true role model. I want to be that for them and so much more. The loving, productive man I was raised to be, and continue working towards sustaining that. During my time incarcerated, I've taken full advantages of the programs and job opportunities DOC has to offer. I'm currently working as a detail worker janitor, and have participated in every program I felt would be beneficial to my future success. After attending good intentions, bad choices, I've learned that being myself is more than enough. While the temptation to fit in may have looked appealing, I was only letting myself down and dimming my light. I also participated in CLIC, embracing to learn how to become a better father despite my failures, helping me improve my parenting skills and strengthen the relation with my kids. Our communication is important and necessary to a healthy relationship. But also me taking accountability for the pain I've caused them has allowed us to take steps towards rebuilding the bond we cherish immensely. Through our communication, I understand how they feel and am constantly working day by day to be the father they need. Which brings me to why I participated in CLIC to begin with, to obtain the skills required to be a better father. I am also taking domestic violence course, even though it isn't on my OAP, because I took it once before out in the community and I learned a lot from it. especially how to walk away from a situation that can become a problem. Throughout this incarceration, I faced a lot of challenges. My best friend lost her son, and I held her hand the best I could, only to have experienced a loss of my own the day my grandmother passed away. These two dramatic events combined with missing out on my children's lives was all the motivation I needed to show up for myself this time around in a capacity that I never thought possible. It's why, if I were granted parole, I plan to obtain my license because I have a job opportunity with my uncle. I'm also considering attending night school to further my education to obtain my CDLs. Thank you again for giving me the opportunity to be heard. I really put a lot of time into this statement and hope I didn't leave anything out. If I did, feel free to ask me anything because I've learned to be honest with myself and others today.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. We've read all about your background, what's brought you to this incarceration, what you've done since you've been in, your interview with the parole officer, and based upon that, we have some questions for you.
Yes.
We're going to take turns and ask those questions, and we're going to talk about your case and give you a decision, okay?
Yes.
All right, and we're going to start questions today with board member Zapo Sasu.
Hi. So, Mr. Rivera, this is your second incarceration for property-related crimes. You've been on probation, and you've had 3 opportunities in community supervision, none of which went well. You're 25 years old, right?
Yes.
So I really appreciate your statement, and I hope that it was sincere in the fact that you've had that moment where you've realized that this is not what you want to be. We received over 15 letters of support from people who are your family and friends telling us about you. And it didn't really match the person that we read about who committed these crimes. So again, you know, if that's the real you, then our job here is to ensure that if we were to vote you to discretionary parole, that you would be the person that they talked about in those letters and not the one that we're talking about in arrest warrants and court proceedings and everything else. You're 25, and it's hard for me to understand that you have 3 children, you claim others as your own and have made a commitment to raise them, but yet you don't have your GED, you don't have a job. Right now, you're not present in their lives. So explain to me how things are going to be different this time. I heard your statement, so you don't have to repeat that, but are you going to be able to make that transition with all of these people counting on you to maybe take a job that doesn't provide you with the amount of money that you're used to making, you know, in the activities that you were engaged in? How are you going to reconcile that, I guess?
Well, I learned in my incarceration to not see what other people see, you know, and that's when I one day sat down and said, I gotta get a job. No matter what it is, it's for myself to learn to better myself in knowing who I really am, acting who I really am. And that's why I decided to pick up my first job here was a shower job, cleaning the showers. And then I got promoted to janitor. I kept working and currently am working. And when I go home, I want to continue that. I want to further my success in life the correct way, working, even if it's the toughest thing. You know, I'm open to programs. I'm open to counseling if I need it, if it's required, or if it's, you know, something that I need. I just want to further in life. I don't want to make this a cycle. I don't want to continue doing and disappointing when I know that wasn't who I was.
Okay, so in the jobs that you currently have at the institution, you've gotten very good reviews from your supervisors that you're a hard and diligent worker, that they can count on you. But again, you're incarcerated. You don't have a lot of options. You're in a structured environment. You're going to come out and you have all these kids who are going to want certain things. Does your significant other, does she have a job?
Yes.
Okay, so you're going to be co-parenting and hopefully trying to work across having two people that have jobs. There's a lot of stresses there. I mean, are you prepared and what have you done to come out into a household that has 7+ people in it? And how are you going to manage that?
By expressing myself, letting my oldest right now are my stepkids, and I'm currently always honest with them, and I always told them that since I got incarcerated that things would be different and things would be a little tougher, but for them and for myself, I will, no matter what, how hard things get, I will go the right way about everything. Like I said, I can't disappoint anymore. I can't let anyone down, and I can't hurt anyone else anymore. And as in the people I've hurt mentally, by committing these crimes, not just my family, because my family weren't the only ones that were being hurt. So just trying to stay focused, and when times get hard, expressing myself, talking to someone, things is hard, telling the kids, maybe I can't get this now, but eventually I'll be able to. I just gotta work, and things will come with time, how my grandmother told me.
So what's going to be different this time when you have 5 years of probation? Did you communicate with your parole and probation officers in the past? Did you use them as a resource, or how did that work? Because they are there to help you.
Yeah, like I said in the interview with Logan, I told her I expressed myself about my probation officer. He was an amazing person. He gave me pamphlets. He told me that jobs were hiring. He put me in a program. He told me complete it. I completed it. Was the domestic violence, and I told him I would further myself in any other programs if he wanted to put me in, and just express myself. Communication, I'm doing this, I'm doing that, I need help, or what benefits, how can you help me in this certain situation? Just communicating with him and having him as somebody that helps me, somebody that I know I can rely on for help. As in, let's say an example, I have a job, maybe I leave that job or I lose it. Hey, can you give me a pamphlet? Can you direct me to the right place to get a new job? Currently not working,
Right. So expressing yourself is about talking about how you feel, but also asking for help. And you finally said it in that last answer. You need to be able to ask for help, or else you said it yourself. There's a cycle and you're going to end up back there. Where were you in your life that you decided to commit these crimes? Was it the people you were hanging around with? You mentioned needing money. How did that develop in terms of the crime?
I was incarcerated for a year, and I went home to wanting to do right. And I went back around the wrong people. They looked for me and embraced me. And while I was trying to do right, I ended up falling in the wrong place.
Did you ask for help?
I did not, because at the time I was scared of asking for help. I was scared of opening up to somebody. Growing up, it was difficult for me to just ask for help, even though I was raised and taught to always ask for help. If you do need help, it's nothing bad. And I didn't ask for help. I try to help financially my family at the moment, and that was like one of the main key points of why I was doing what I was doing, and I just fell into the wrong crowd. I didn't think of the actions. I didn't think of at the moment how I was hurting somebody else, and just not family wise, victim wise, as in people that own the places, the things that I was doing.
Okay. So let's talk about your brother, who is your sponsor for your release plan. How do you see that working, and what is he offering? Are there going to be rules? What are your plans? How does that work in terms of what he's promised you?
What he has promised me is helping me. I finally got to open up this incarceration with him and build something like a real nice relationship and understanding how to do things right. Because my brother went to college for a period amount of time. He works. He has a beautiful family, and I asked him, "How do you do it?" And he expressed himself and told me, asking for help, when you need it, talking to somebody when you need it, and he promised to always be there to help me. And then when I'm falling or I feel like I'm drowning, to ask him for help, to talk to him. And he has opened his house for me and is willing to help me in any way possible.
So you have that as an option, and you also listed a halfway house in Hartford or Waterbury as a backup to that plan.
Yes.
Is that so that you can transition back and not go right into the household with your significant other and children? Explain to me why you chose that route.
Well, I chose my brother because currently my significant other has housing, so I wouldn't be able to parole to her house.
Public housing.
Yeah, she has public housing. So we plan on, if I'm granted parole or I'm released eventually, to get an apartment together and to be able to live together and be together with the kids.
Okay. What does she do for a job?
She works in a warehouse. She's like she doesn't work at inside the factory. She works like the computer, like sorting out their papers, and she has like a real high position. I forgot the name of it. She was telling me the other day she just got promoted.
Good. So who's helping her with the household responsibilities and childcare?
At the moment, she's doing everything, and to watch the kids, my mom and her mom.
Okay, I'm all set.
Board Member Smith Palmieri.
So, Mr. Rivera, you're charge of the larceny second, stealing and catalytic converters. They said they were valued at $1,000 each. What were you doing with all the money you were making from those?
When I was interviewed by the police and they told me that the value was high, I wasn't really seeing that money from the person that it was. It was nowhere near that.
Okay, but what were you doing with all the monies?
The money, well, I bought things for my kids, and I helped my mom because at the time she had menopause and she was going through heat flashes. She didn't have a lot of hours working and stuff, so I helped her pay rent. I helped my brother that was homeless, and I just did for my family. I tried providing for my family.
And when you were working with probation and they were sending you to programs, you mentioned you completed a program?
Yes, domestic violence.
Completed domestic violence? And
yes.
What about employment services? What were you doing for employment services in the community?
Say that one more time.
What you said they were helping you with employment. What were you doing?
Okay. He was giving me jobs that were hiring that didn't do background. Jobs that were hiring that helped people like me that were convicted of charges. And he would give me like pamphlets, and he told me a place, a job fair in Hartford at the time.
Okay, did you go?
Yeah, I did go.
Why do you think you weren't able to get a job?
The lack of expression, maybe.
Expression or experience?
Experience could be one of them, but I feel in myself, expression, I didn't know how to really express myself and how to talk, something I learned now.
Okay, all right, so you weren't able to kind of do well in the interviews? Is that what you think? Okay, and and when you said to my colleague, I learned not to see what other people see, what did you mean by that?
Because I always felt like I needed to fit in. So I cared what they seen, but instead of how I was really looking, like somebody I was not. Somebody I'm pretending to be somebody I wasn't. Because I was born to be a loving, raising man, not a person that eventually will fall into jail because of crimes I committed.
Thank you. So, and the last question I have for you. So the parole officer, they always ask, what do you think will be a high risk situation for you in the community? And you said nothing, you know, you don't see it. Let me ask it a different way. What do you think is going to be difficult in the community that might trip you up?
Honestly, I don't see a trip up because hanging out with the friends that I was hanging out with won't be a problem. I'm not gonna ever talk to them again. And being able to ask for help was one of my biggest worries. And in the day of today, it's not anymore because I learned to ask for help. I learned asking for help is honestly one of the biggest things in life.
All right, thank you, Mr. Rivera.
Welcome.
Board Member Zappo Sassu.
Mr. Rivera is 25 years old, serving his second incarceration for mostly property-related crimes. Instant offense committed while on probation. No success with previous community releases. He's talked to us today about his change and his understanding of expressing himself in order to be successful. He's taken 3 programs and has a job within the institution. But more importantly, he, at the age of 25, has a serious set of responsibilities with the number of children that he's fathered, as well as others that he's claiming, and not a clear-cut plan in terms of how to support them over the next 20 years. But he does have a 15-year sentence that's hanging over his head. He's got 5 years of probation. And I think that with the support of his family and friends, all of whom have written us letters verifying, he's got a lot on the line in terms of disappointing people for possibly a 3rd time. So I think that if he was able to work with his probation officer to address some of his high needs, which are vocation and education, that in addition to staying away from the people who have steered him on this path, might provide him with the new start that he needs in order to be the person that his significant other, his family, and his children need him to be. Without a significant substance abuse or mental health issue, I don't know what other programming within the institution could be beneficial at this time.
I agree with my colleague. And, you know, he has a lot of support in the community. I do think that part of offender change is being able to ask for help, to being able to advocate for yourself, and to being able to accept, getting out when I see where we see a lot of individuals struggle. He does score high, although he has taken a few programs that do address those risk needs. And he has a solid plan, I think, for the community in terms of a starting point. Seems to have an idea about employment. He talks about his brother being very supportive, and that's been confirmed that he can live with him. So I would also be in favor of granting his discretionary parole today.
Okay, so, I have, no operation of motor vehicle without parole officer's permission, TV in the community, 3 co-defendants.
Well, there's several co-defendants without last names, and then there's one from the previous.
Yeah, which we can't do.
Right.
I mean, there were only 3 full names there, right?
But we can't do co-defendants with no last name.
Yeah.
Right,
Yeah.
but there's 3 that do have last names.
Yeah, sorry.
So that's, that's that. So now, I guess the big question for us to answer here is, do we do a contingency? And if we do a contingency, that leaves in effect May 29, 2025.
Contingency for the domestic violence?
Right.
Oh, I have a note that says he volunteered for the program.
Yeah, I don't know.
Volunteer. So, okay.
I don't
It
think
was
we
just
need that.
a question because, well, the question is, if we do the contingency, there is no discussion on
Yes. So, right, and we do want him to finish it. He started it, he'll be done with it in January, so he'll be done long before his parole eligibility date.
right. If we do that, there's so
Done the end of this month.
right.
Yeah. So I would not do the contingency. He'll probably finish it or get close to it, and then he'll pick it up again in the community.
We'll pick it up.
And he's already done it in the community as well.
All right. So then, say your first name.
Joanberto. Joanberto.
Joanberto.
Yeah.
Joanberto Rivera, 416190. Moved to grant parole on or after May 29, 2025. With the following stipulations: no operation of motor vehicle without parole officer's permission. Community behavioral management for domestic violence. No contact with co-defendants Bryan Estacio, Rafael Davila, or Louis Davila. Is there a second? Those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Mr. Rivera, you've been voted to parole, and your stipulation to be explained to you prior to your release. Okay.
All right.
Get out there and do what you said you're going to do. Right.
Thank you.
All right.
This concludes the parole hearing for Joanberto Rivera, 416190. It also concludes the Brooklyn Correctional hearing. It is 247.
Did you negotiate?